Just gotta get live on all the other stuff. So we are always live on TikTok now too. Because TikTok is where it's getting down. So I had my first group therapy session. It was very cool. Everybody was so nice. And talking about the topic was trust and how trauma impacts trust, and then everybody has to talk about their trauma and what it means for them and how it impacts their trust. And I was talking as much as everybody else. It was like 12 people, and then some left. I don't know why, but in the end it was 8 people, all different kind of races, age groups. There was one guy, he was 78 years old. And yeah, I talked as much as anybody else, if not the most. They were very interested in my story, and one girl very much identified with everything I said. Man, so sad. Mm, we gotta fix the sound real quick. Let me see if I can do that from here. Audio track 1. So that means if I do this and put this on here. Let me see real quick.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, great, we got sound. Right, so we might be gaming something. I don't know how I feel yet about it. I feel very exhausted from the workout anyways. And leaving the therapy session kind of triggered me. Left me with like an empty feeling. People were crying. I was almost crying. A lot of suffering. One girl, she talked about, oh god, I can't even mention it, I believe. Horrible abuse. I felt so sorry for them. Because it's a culture thing. When a man beats a woman, in most of the case, obviously there's something wrong in that guy's head. But in some cultures, this is just normal. So yeah, horrible, horrible. I wonder, do we have sound on Twitch VOD? Let me check. When a man beats a woman, in most, I felt so. Might be. And put this on here. Do that from left. Just a second, guys. I gotta. Yeah. Okay. So we don't have. Oh yeah, we do. Okay. Great. 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 Alrighty, let's start. Man, I can't wait for getting laser. That's gonna be fun. I just need 1 minute. I was like, there was no break. I had to eat like really fast. And then after I ate, there was immediately the group therapy. And then after the group therapy, I had to work a bunch. And I think I still have a little bit of work left. Let me check. It's all good. You know what's the deal though? I can just keep on working until there is no tomorrow. If I could. But I can't. So, anyways, we're gonna watch these on 1.25. Alrighty, guys, welcome to tonight's topic, which is gonna be Anhedonia. And Anhedonia is the sense or the feeling of not being able to enjoy or have any good feelings anymore. Wait, let me try and do this again. Alrighty, guys, welcome to tonight's topic, which is going to be Anhedonia. And Anhedonia is the inability to feel pleasure or joy. It's a common symptom of depression as well as other mental health disorders. So why am I interested in Anhedonia? Because I feel like I might have it. It's hard to get out of bed, to do extra work, to clean up. You do the most mandatory things, or if there is a demand from an external source, sounds so technical, but just to keep it general, you could do it and you would do it. But if it's something from within yourself or like something Or if it's some extra work, what's the term that I'm looking for? Let me Google. So voluntarily, you would not do any extra work. And that is what I am experiencing right now. So we're gonna look at a few clips. First one is gonna be Overcoming Anhedonia, How to Bring Enjoyment Back into Your Life by Dr. Rami Nader. We're gonna watch it in 1.25 speed. And let's go.
If you've ever had depression, you know how it can sap any sense of reward or enjoyment or pleasure out of life. It's something we call anhedonia, and in today's video, I'll be talking about what you can do to overcome anhedonia. Hi everyone. In today's video, I'm going to be talking about part 2 of this mini-series on anhedonia and talking about ways to
I don't
help
know about
cope
part
with
1.
this really troubling and upsetting symptom of depression. But before I get into that, just a couple of disclaimers to go over. I'm a registered psychologist in the province of British Columbia, Canada, and this video is for informational purposes only. It is not intended as a substitute or replacement for advice from your doctor or mental health professional. Now, with those things out of the way, let's start talking about how to cope with anhedonia. So, as I've talked about in a previous video, anhedonia is a common symptom found in depression, and at its core, it's a loss of interest and pleasure in almost all of your usual activities. Today, I'm going to be talking about.
So this is part 1.
If you've ever had depression, you know how it can sap any sense of really troubling and upsetting symptom of depression. But before I get into that, just a couple of disclaimers to go over. I'm a registered psychologist in the province of British Columbia, Canada, and this video is for informational purposes only. It is not intended as a substitute or replacement for advice from your doctor or mental health professional. Now, with those things out of the way, let's start talking about how to cope with anhedonia. So, as I've talked about in a previous video, anhedonia is a common symptom found in depression, and at its core, it's a loss of interest and pleasure in almost all of your usual activities. So, things that you used to enjoy doing, things that you used to feel really motivated and excited about doing, you just don't enjoy anymore. You just don't get any sense of pleasure or reward out of. And so the question becomes, if you're experiencing anhedonia, what can you do about it? So I don't feel any pleasure or reward out of these things. How do I bring that pleasure and reward back into my life? So the first step, and it might sound a bit strange or a bit uncomfortable to take this step, is actually a step of acceptance. To accept what anhedonia is, and to accept that if you're experiencing anhedonia, that you can't force yourself to feel anything. Oftentimes when I'm working with my clients, they get really down on themselves. They get really upset with themselves for having anhedonia, right? So I'm dealing with a parent and they don't get any sense of enjoyment or reward out of playing with their children anymore. And they get really down on themselves. And they tend to beat themselves up over the fact that if they were a good parent, they wouldn't have to try and force themselves to enjoy playing with their kids. I find that
Sounds
clients will
terrible.
beat themselves up over the fact that they don't really want to go out with their friends. They don't have any interest or desire to go out anymore. And they get down on themselves for not returning text messages or phone calls or declining invites to do social activities because they just don't feel like it. Well, if you have anhedonia, that's what's driving this lack of interest or pleasure. It's not a character flaw. It's not something wrong with you that you don't want to do these things. It's a symptom of depression. And so part of this, and the first step, is to kind of give yourself a break if you're experiencing anhedonia. So somewhere along the lines, we picked up this notion that mental health and mental health difficulties were kind of a character flaw or a sign of weakness, and the way out of it is to just be stronger. Well, if you're experiencing anhedonia, you can't just be stronger. You can't just force yourself to feel things. Because if we had control over our emotions, we would never choose to be depressed or anxious. We would just always choose to be happy and satisfied, but we don't control directly how we feel. And so the first step in overcoming anhedonia is to accept that it's there and that it's part of the depression and not a...
This seems to be a common theme with everything related to depression. It's kind of just you're at the end of the station and there is no going back. And now you gotta build your life at the end of the station.
sign of a character flaw or not a sign of you being a bad parent or you being a bad friend or that there's something inherently and characteristically wrong with you. So that's the first step, accepting the anhedonia. So understanding what it is, understanding that it's a symptom of depression and not something wrong with you. So once you've done that, once you've kind of accepted that and aren't beating yourself up about having the anhedonia, the second step is to just focus on behavior, just doing an activity. So if you used to enjoy painting and you get no sense of pleasure or reward or interest in painting anymore, the way to overcome the anhedonia is to just start painting again. And to do this
That's not working.
Small steps. And I've done a video on goal setting to help give you a model for understanding how you can actually set up these realistic, practical goals, even if you're not feeling motivated to do these things. So the idea is to resume painting, and it may just start with, spending 5 minutes painting. And you may feel nothing while you do it. You may not enjoy it one bit. But the key is just keep focusing on doing it, because that's what you have control over. Just focus on the doing, not the feeling, right? This is where people will often get tripped up, is that, okay, I'll do the 5 minutes of painting, but in that 5 minutes of painting, I want to experience that spark that I used to have. And so I do the 5 minutes of painting, but I don't experience the spark. It's a failure. No, it's not a failure. Because the goal and the focus is just on doing the behavior, just the 5 minutes of painting. And you do that for a little bit, and then you maybe bump it up to 10 minutes of painting, and then 15 minutes of painting. And you give yourself opportunities to re-engage in these behaviors, re-engage in these activities that you used to enjoy doing that you don't enjoy doing anymore. So that's the second step is, so you've accepted the anhedonia. The second step is to just start engaging in these behaviors and these activities again. And the third step in terms of overcoming anhedonia is perseverance. Perseverance in continuing with doing these activities that you used to enjoy, even though you don't enjoy doing them.
It sounds like terrible advice.
So
and
this is
I
where
try this
a lot of
in
my
some
clients will start to push back on me, and they'll say, okay, look, I can mindlessly just sit down and paint for 5 minutes. I can return the text message to my friend, or even go out for coffee with my friend once every couple of weeks. I can go for that 15-minute hike in the forest. But if I'm not enjoying it, if I'm not having any fun doing it, if it feels like a chore or it feels exhausting to do, why should I continue to do it? Isn't the point of these activities to enjoy them? Yes, the point of the activities is to enjoy them. But this is how you bring that enjoyment back. So the metaphor I like to use to explain what's going on here is to imagine one of those old-fashioned water pumps. And you've got this water pump at the top of a well, and there's water way down, and you want to try and bring that water up to the spout of the old-fashioned water pump. And so when you first start, the water's right down at the bottom of the well. There's no water sort of has gone up the pipe. The pump hasn't been primed. And so the idea is you have to pump the handle of the water pump. And as you're pumping the handle of the water pump, there's no water coming out. Well, there's no water coming out because the water's at the bottom of the well. And so it's going to take a lot of pumping to draw the water up the well. But the more you pump, the more you're doing that work, it is actually bringing the water up. Even though you can't see it, even though you can't see that it's doing anything, these are actually critically important steps in order to get that water to come out from the well. And so you keep pumping and pumping and pumping, and you're thinking, what is the point of doing all of this pumping? I just need the water. I just want the water, but I'm doing this pumping and I'm not getting any water. The more you pump, eventually the water will come. But you had to do all that work without any water in order for you to finally get the water to come out at the spout at the top of the well. It's the same with these types of re-engaging in activities that you used to enjoy doing to overcome anhedonia. You may do these activities and feel nothing while you do them. You may not get any sense of enjoyment out of doing them. But eventually, if you persevere, if you continue to just engage in these activities, eventually the reward, the pleasure, the enjoyment, and the motivation will return. You just need to prime that pump. And it may mean doing things that you should enjoy and not enjoying them at all, but keep doing them and persevere in continuing to do them. Eventually the reward and the enjoyment will come. And so I think it's important to think about recovering from depression and recovering from anhedonia as kind of a series of changes that happen at different times. So think of it kind of like a train. The engine of the train is your behavior. Your behavior is what pulls this train forward. So the behavior is the first thing to change. You engage in the activities. You start going for regular 15-minute walks in the forest. Don't feel anything at first. But then gradually over time, as you continue to do this, what I find typically happens is people start to experience and to start to re-experience a sense of enjoyment in it. So the enjoyment or the pleasure in the activity
I really try to.
starts to return.
I'm far from
being pulled by the behavior. So the second car of this train is that sense of enjoyment or reward. So while I'm doing
with many things that I used to like.
So as I'm going for this hike, I start to notice that, you know what, it is nice to get out into the fresh air. And I start to feel that sense of why I used to enjoy doing this. But I can have that enjoyment while I'm doing the activity, but still not feel motivated to do the activity. So when I'm outside of, or when I'm not engaging in that hike, I may still feel like, I don't really want to go for a hike. I just don't have any motivation or interest in doing it. But eventually, the more you do it, the more you change the behavior, the more you engage in the behavior, the more the sense of the reward or enjoyment comes while you're doing the behavior. Eventually, then, the third car that gets pulled here by this train is the sense of motivation and drive to want to do this. So the anhedonia lifts in kind of like three stages. One is the behavior, then the next step, the next thing that tends to lift is the enjoyment while you do the behavior, and the next thing that tends to lift after that is the motivation and interest to want to do the behavior. So this is really important to understand, because for a lot of people, they have this perception of why we engage in activities, how motivation and behavior works, or motivation and interest works. The idea is, for most people, they think, I'll feel motivated to do something, and when I'm motivated to do something, then I'll actually do it. So for a lot of people, their understanding of motivation is the motivation comes first, then it's followed by the action. But what we know is that that's kind of backwards. It's actually action that happens first, and the motivation follows the action. So one way of thinking about it is, if you've ever played a musical instrument, right? So when you first start to learn to play a musical instrument, you're probably not all that motivated or interested in doing it. Maybe you are at first. Maybe you like the idea of playing the trumpet or playing the piano. I really want to engage in playing the piano. But when you first start to do it, it feels kind of awkward or uncomfortable, or you realize you're not really good at it, or it doesn't sound really good. It sounds kind of terrible, and it's so much work and it's so much effort, and you don't really enjoy doing it. You don't really want to do it. But the reason you're doing it is because your piano teacher is coming over in a few days, and you have to practice this. Otherwise, the piano teacher's not going to be particularly happy with you. And so you're engaging in playing piano, but you kind of have to force yourself or push yourself to do it because it's not really that inherently rewarding or enjoyable at first because you don't really know what you're doing. But over time, as the more you do it, the more you practice it, the better you get at it. The greater sense of confidence in your ability, and the more confident in your ability, the more you feel like you're actually progressing, the more you feel like you're actually getting better. Well, what happens then, you start to enjoy it and you start to look forward to doing it. And so the motivation actually begins to occur at that point. And you start to look forward to practicing piano rather than something that you used to dread or used to just have to do in order for your piano teacher not to be upset with you. But over time, the motivation has now come, and so you really look forward to it and really enjoy it. So motivation does not precede action. It's actually action that precedes motivation. And that is the key to overcoming anhedonia. It's the behavior, it's the action, it's the doing these activities that used to be enjoyable that's going to bring back the motivation. But it takes acceptance of the anhedonia, it takes effort in terms of the behavior, and it takes perseverance in terms of continuing to do that behavior, even though you may not enjoy doing it. But understanding that the reason you continue to do it, in spite of the fact that you don't enjoy doing it, is because eventually the water's going to come from that well. Eventually the reward
Is
and
it
the
that
enjoyment
easy?
is going to come back. Eventually the motivation and the drive is going to come back. So those are the key steps in terms of overcoming anhedonia. And so if you want to learn more about goal setting and how to actually change your behavior or to re-engage in these activities in a way that's sustainable, check out the goal setting videos because they can really help give you some practical steps for what to do there. So I hope this video has been helpful in terms of giving you a sense of how to overcome.
Acceptance. I mean, what else is there but accepting it? And then doing it. The doing it part is rough. But if he promises it's gonna get better, then I can see myself doing it. And perseverance just means sticking with it without seeing any results. Right. Let's read the comments here. So Jennifer Fox says, yeah, it's my day off. I have no desire to go do anything. I don't care if I make money, have fame, have friends, take care of the lawn, go to a museum, have good food, etc. I have no desire whatsoever. I also am not crying or terribly down, just there, just here, staring at a screen, and time is passing. That's how I feel. After watching this, I'm going to get up and just do an activity I need to do. First, I get mulch for the garden. Oh, I get mulch for the garden. Dirt for some flowers. Send off the flyers to the printer for work. And tonight, I force myself to work on some of my art. I'm going to trust your method. Yeah, man, it's actually you just have to trust him on this one. Liverpool fan says, I lost interest in life. Things I want to achieve are now dead. I'm daydreaming and mindlessly going through life. Achievements. Are there any achievements for me? Let me get YouTube chat in here real quick. Achievements. What do I want to achieve? That's a good question, right? What is your motivation? Like your macro motivation? Your reason to live, basically. So I don't know. Let's watch another one. And I'll definitely come back to just trusting him and do the things that I used to like. And maybe that makes it better at some point. But as I said in the beginning, it's like you're at the end of the station now. And it goes for so many mental health related issues. And there's no going back. All there is handling the situation better. Being able to make something of being at that station now. That's your life. That's how I see it currently. I might be wrong. Let's watch another one.
Hi folks.
So this looks to be a definition video. What is Anhedonia in depression? It's not what you think. Let's see.
Just now from the Psych Collective, and today we're talking about
By the Psych Collective.
Anhedonia. So, what's that mean? What's Anhedonia?
So the way, from my training,
Yeah.
the word means, it takes its root from the words hedonism, which means to do things for pleasure, and the prefix of a means no pleasure. But so my training says this word means loss of interest or pleasure in activities previously found enjoyable.
Yes, loss of interest and pleasure.
Yeah.
They're two different things. So we've got one word that covers two different things. And I'd actually argue that it's probably really covering three different things.
Yes. So where we come into problem is this word being used with double barrel meaning that doesn't actually facilitate skillful intervention.
Yeah.
So we've split it. We've recognised that this is probably actually the concept of loss of interest or pleasure actually covers three different things. And there's two words here that you probably haven't heard before, and we don't use them very often in clinical settings. Avolition, define that one.
Okay, so avolition is the loss of motivation. Okay, you lose your mojo for the thing that you want to do.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I see the word kind of volition as the root, meaning almost kind of like willingness.
Yeah.
So I'm not willing to do the thing that I need to
Or I
do or
don't
want to do.
want to.
Yes.
I don't want to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Energia.
Yeah, is the lack of energy. I just don't have the power. I'm too fatigued. I just can't be stuffed.
Yes, and you can see kind of energy kind of inherent within the word.
Yeah, yeah. So a lot of the time when people have what's referred to as anhedonia, they may well have the lack of motivation, okay, or the lack of energy.
And this is an important distinction to get right, because when we misuse words,
Yo,
we
Stark
then also
Darkness,
run the
what's up?
risk of kind of applying the incorrect intervention here, because the strategy that I know at least I was trained on for anhedonia is behavioural activation and activity scheduling. I know you don't really feel like doing it, you're not really interested, but go and do it anyway.
Yeah, because the idea with behavioural
Sounds like
activation
work.
is you don't feel like doing it. However, if you do it, you will experience some positive emotion, and that will kind of offset some of the negative emotion. Okay, so if you don't feel like doing it, is avolition, or I don't have the energy to do it. If I do it, yeah, I kind of enjoy it. Anergia. What anhedonia is, you do it, somehow you get it done, and you just do not enjoy it. Okay, your mood does not rise to the occasion.
Yeah.
So anhedonia, true anhedonia, in that I have zero enjoyment in this thing, doesn't seem to respond to behavioural interventions such as behavioural activation. But avolition and energia do respond to behavioural activation.
Yeah, so this comes down to if you actually understand what you're dealing with, then you're going to kind of be able to do a better kind of match up of skills.
Yeah, you want to untangle, you really want to untangle true anhedonia from broad anhedonia, which is...
I'll answer after the video, okay?
So if there is, okay, it's avolition, it's energia, but my mood rises to the occasion, behavioural activation.
Absolutely.
Scheduling, routine. Enlist people to help you activate the behaviour.
Yes.
All right? So this is very responsive to behavioural and psychological interventions.
Yes.
Okay? But true anhedonia, where you do the thing, your mood does... In fact, it's torture. Not only does your mood not rise to the occasion, but it's just negative emotion. Behavioural activation, you're just going to throw yourself into a situation of more negative emotion.
And you've taught me that we would usually only see true anhedonia in melancholic depression.
Look, I think so. I mean, I suspect you can probably get it fleetingly in all kinds of states.
Yeah.
Okay. But in melancholic depression, that's kind of, that's part of the
core
course.
feature,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So this is where I think you're limited to so psychological interventions work well here. Psychiatric interventions are needed here, and that's basically medications, whether it's antidepressants like serotonergic antidepressants or noradrenergic antidepressants, which may well be required. Other things like ECT and TMS, okay, they can probably move the needle on anhedonia as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay, so take home message from this, the term anhedonia is probably being overused, right?
What's being used in a low resolution way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a higher resolution way of thinking of it.
So then if what you're actually experiencing is I can't be bothered or I can't muster enough energy to go and do it, then we use behavioral activation and activity scheduling to, even though you don't feel like doing it, go and get it done anyway because you're going to feel better for it afterwards. That's these two, but not this.
Yeah.
So we've developed a handout that we're referring to as basic behavioral activation. So basic, and we talk about this if what you're trying to do is just kind of propel yourself into some sort of activity, keep it basic. Body care, achievement, or socialization, interests, and clean. Right, so we've got a handout from this. You can download it from the resources page off our website that will help primarily target these two if that's what you're actually dealing with. But for our kind of philosophy for Psych Collective, we want you to have a greater, higher resolution understanding of psychological kind of concepts and themes and skills. So if this is what you're working with, behavioral activation, go check out our handout.
Yeah. Anhedonia, too low resolution. What's happening in all of these three factors?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. Yo, Stark Darkness, what's up? What music do I like? Anything. I like just good music. Could be anything. Why? So this is a little bit in-depth definition of what this actually is. For me, it's all the same, honestly. I don't care about how to differentiate between these. All I know is I have it. Right? People in the comments say that medication does not help. Man, I really want to touch medication last, honestly.
Imagine if you woke up one.
Okay, so I know this guy. Oof, the comments are so depressing. Oh my god. We have a Anhedonia video by Dr. K. That's one we're gonna watch last for sure. Should we give this one a shot? Yo, welcome back. Why are you asking about my music taste? So this what you wanna watch? Nice. We're gonna watch this one, and then we're gonna watch one by Dr. K. So far, what we get at is just keep doing. Have you heard Rage Against the Machine? How old are you? How old do you think I am? I grew up with Rage Against the Machine. Fuck you, I don't do what they tell me. Do, 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 do. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Bulls on Parade, what was that? Well, I'm not gonna play it because I'm gonna get copyright stricken for sure. We can't have that, sadly. DMCA. Alright, let's see. Anhedonia, Living Without Pleasure. Psychological Explanation by Dr. Scott Elias. I actually don't want an explanation, honestly. Because we know what's going on. Let's listen to what Dr. K has to say to this topic. think I got it somewhere here. Where did I put it?
Here's a mouse. Here's a phone. There is no dopamine in these objects. There's no dopamine in here. There's no like.
Okay. Psychiatrist explains why life isn't fun. Anhedonia. Another explanation. Fuck, the only instruction we got to how to handle it was the first one. And he said, just keep doing it. Just keep doing it until eventually you're gonna start enjoying stuff again. That alone sounds so depressing. Oh, man.
Dopamine entering my brain from a mouse. What happens is when I engage in certain activities, those activities activate my brain. That's where the dopamine is. Today, we're going to talk about anhedonia, which is the primary reason why I think a lot of people's lives feel really empty. We have this idea that life should be full, right? It should be enjoyable. There should be a lot of positive emotion. We should look forward to the future. We should be able to enjoy our day-to-day activities. We should be proud of who we are. But for many people today, we struggle with all of those things. We struggle with motivation. We struggle with pleasure. Our emotions feel incredibly flat. And the reason for that is something called anhedonia. I know it sounds almost like too unbelievable, right? Is there one concept or one thing going on in our brain that is responsible for all of these problems? This is a paper called Understanding Anhedonia, a qualitative study exploring loss of interest and pleasure in adolescent depression. So what we're going to do is just jump straight to like what anhedonia actually is and how it manifests. And this is what we're going to talk about today. So adolescent's experience of anhedonia involves experiencing a loss of joy and a flattening of emotion, struggling with motivation and active engagement, losing a sense of connection and belonging, and questioning sense of self, purpose, and the bigger picture. So feeling less positive emotion.
Check. Feels bad, man.
And experiencing a cycle of boredom, feeling dampened emotions, feeling unmotivated but maintaining long-term aspirations, right? You want to achieve all these things, but you're completely unmotivated to actually do them. Feeling unable to gain momentum or engage in effortful activities. Like, wow, everything is a slog, right? Like, it's so hard to gain momentum. Every day when I wake up, it's so hard to like motivate myself. And then even if I manage to motivate myself today, tomorrow it's a slog again. Feeling disconnected from others, feeling detached from the present reality, reflecting on feelings, identity, and purpose, losing a sense of purpose, reflecting on experiences and how they view themselves, figuring out experiences or living with uncertainty, experiencing a lack of agency and a narrowing perspective. So lack of agency means not having control in life. So like, I know it's insane, but this is a paper that describes what anhedonia feels like subjectively. And the wild thing about this is that anhedonia is the cause of all of these problems. Because right now in society, we have a fundamental problem. Our dopamine structure has been altered. And with these alterations of our dopamine structure, this is the result. So in order to understand how to correct this, because you can actually fix all of these problems if you address the underlying cause, which is the anhedonic brain, okay? So
okay, I'm all ears here.
So let's take a step back and start to understand, you know, where does this concept of anhedonia come from? How did we discover it? Anhedonia was first discovered in schizophrenia. So what like these old like people like Freud and people in like the 1800s and 1900s discovered that people who suffered from schizophrenia were incredibly unmotivated. So even though we can stop their hallucinations and delusions and paranoia, so we have a lot of good medications that do that. These are things called antipsychotic medications. Even though we can stop the hallucinations, for some reason people with schizophrenia just don't seem motivated. So even if we can stop their hallucinations, they quit their jobs, they're not able to engage in work, they don't seem ambitious at all, they kind of just exist from day to day. These are called negative symptoms of schizophrenia, and a primary negative symptom of schizophrenia is anhedonia. The other place that we discovered anhedonia was in major depressive disorder. So we noticed that when people were depressed, they no longer derived pleasure from activities that they used to find pleasurable. So life for people who are depressed just is in shades of gray, right? Like they just don't enjoy doing things anymore. So eating doesn't feel good, playing games doesn't feel good, going to work doesn't feel good. Literally their brain's capacity to experience or derive pleasure from activities became diminished. So we sort of noticed that anhedonia existed in schizophrenia. We noticed that it existed in major depressive disorder. And as we investigated these two disorders, we noticed that this is actually a common construct. So originally it was like amotivation in schizophrenia, but that all of these circuits are related. And what we discovered when we sort of studied schizophrenics is we asked them, why don't you feel like doing anything? And the answer
I get
that
to
we
your
sort of ended up
question
with is
when whenever
they
I
do
pause,
things,
okay?
they no longer experience any pleasure from them. And so this is what anhedonia is. It is the inability to experience pleasure, which results in a motivational problem. And so this is kind of what we're talking about today, okay? Hey, y'all, if you're enjoying today's video.
Okay. Are you enjoying streaming? I don't enjoy anything right now. I do use streaming as a self-therapy and as a journal, and maybe finding like-minded people talking about the same topics. I do enjoy connecting with people from the safety of my own home, and that's, I guess, what I enjoy about it, right? But currently there's just no drive for anything. I was pretty good up until last year summer. And then I got into a relationship, and then drama happened, and ever since then I got back into somewhat of a depression, and this is lasting for a while now. But I'm currently like just dealing with the depression and the heartbreak, and everything seems so stupid. What time is it there? It is like almost 9 p.m. now. I'm very tired, actually. The day was very long. But do I enjoy streaming? I think yes, right? Otherwise there would not be a way for me to try and share and gather information. I do like helping people who maybe are in the same boat. And I do know that the topics that we're talking about, especially in the last week, are not being talked about enough, I believe. Get good night's sleep when you can. I sleep like 8 hours every day for sure. But yeah, so the more I dive into the topic of what actually is the underlying cause and trying to help myself understand myself and stuff, the more I, brush against these topics. And one of these terms was Anhedonia, and Anhedonia just matches really well. Little ghosts sound good, yeah. Sleep is very important for me anyways, because I'm working out a lot. So my physical health and body is very important. And I'm trying to build a somewhat of a social media around it. Maybe I can at some point sell something. Like a pre-workout or something. Who knows? All I know is that I worked a lot on this, and that's what I'm having now. So I'm just using the tools that I have. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see.
Check out HG memberships. If you don't know what Vasana and Klishta are, you're trying to figure out your attachment style, or want a deeper understanding for discussion, and even features new content from experts in the fields of health and wellness. So if you're interested, you can now sign up anywhere in the world for $10 a month, and it's super easy to cancel if you find that it's not a great value. So check us out at healthygamer.gg/members. Now back to the video. So let's look at this. Anhedonia and trauma-exposed individuals, functional connectivity and decision-making correlates. So anhedonia also has to do a lot with our decision-making. So there is also a growing literature indicating that anhedonia symptoms and reward processing deficits are outcomes of traumatic stress among individuals who do not meet criteria for PTSD. So what we're starting to discover, childhood trauma is associated with elevated anhedonia and altered core reward circuitry in major depression patients and controls. So we used to think anhedonia was restricted to people who had mood disorders or people who had schizophrenia, right? So most of us dodge the bullet. But there is a growing body of research that suggests that anhedonia is possible if you're a quote-unquote healthy control who experienced adversity in childhood. Like, that's super scary. If you've gone through traumatic or difficult experiences, and even if you don't have PTSD, it can alter your brain to make your brain more anhedonic. So this is actually what we're seeing so much.
Yesterday we learned that I'm suffering from CPTSD, or that I was a very big candidate for all of my life. And I cured myself, I guess, the best I could with, by myself and within the internet the past few years. But all of the work I did was just scratching the surface. And it already helped a lot. But now we're getting, way deeper and trying to understand more. But fuck. Anhedonia and PTSD, CPTSD, it all goes together. I guess I'm one.
Watch out. We'll get to technology in a second because that certainly doesn't help. But this is kind of what I'm seeing. Is like when
After
I look
all,
on the
it's a
internet,
symptom.
what I see is two groups of people. There's a group of people who seems to enjoy life. And it seems like so unfair because they have it all. They work hard, they make a lot of money, they have fulfilling relationships, and they work out, and they develop creative, like, pursuits, right? They're, like, learning how to play the fucking violin, right, at the age of 35. And I remember there was a guy in my med school who was like this. Like, so I had a friend in med school who was just better than me in every single way. So he had better grades than me, ended up doing neuroradiology, which is insane. We both played games, so he was a gamer, but he was like better than me at video games. He was a workout warrior. He ate incredibly healthy. He was like a good looking dude. He was very social as well. And I was like, this is not fair. This guy is better than me in every single dimension.
Because he had better parents
this is what I used to
and
be,
better
right?
childhood.
Which are people who struggle every day to be motivated. They struggle every day. They don't even enjoy the things that they should be enjoying. I'm procrastinating all the time. I'm not doing any of my work because I'm not motivated at all. But even when I procrastinate, it's not like I'm living the life of my dreams. And this seems so unfair,
sounds
right?
like
It's
me
so
right
unfair
now.
that some people seem to have it all, and some of us struggle to do the bare minimum.
I do
And
like the
what's
bare minimum
difference?
at work.
The difference is anhedonia. For the
And
people
zero,
who have
like,
it all,
extra
this is what I
growth.
want y'all to understand. Their brain naturally motivates them to work out, to learn creative pursuits, to even enjoy video games, to study. It motivates them very naturally. They derive more pleasure from all of these activities. And if you're someone who's always wondered, like, why can't I grind in real life the way that I grind in a video game? The reason is anhedonia. If you fix your anhedonic circuitry, your ability to derive pleasure and motivate yourself towards
Please help me fix it.
IRL stuff will drastically improve. And we're going to show you research to that effect. So, like, remember, anhedonia was discovered like 100 years ago, right? So we discovered that people were amotivated. We discovered anhedonia and depression, which is the inability to experience pleasure. But now, because of advances in neuroscience, we've literally figured out how anhedonia works through a combination of different, like studying people who have strokes in certain parts of the brain, looking at diseases like dementia, Parkinson's. So Parkinson's is the loss of dopaminergic neurons in a particular part of the brain. And we've also started to do things like deep brain stimulation. So now when we have like a Parkinson's patient, we'll literally like not cut open their skull, but cut open their skull and we'll insert electrodes that will stimulate certain parts of the brain. And so now we have this very, very robust functional neuroanatomy, as well as understanding anhedonia from all of these different conditions. So we understand it from the depressive perspective, from the schizophrenic perspective, from the deep brain stimulation perspective. So we basically figured out anhedonia. The problem is all of these advances have not translated to like everyday Joe Schmo people like me and you. And so instead what we have is a gigantic culture of people who are trying to dopamine detox, and they're trying to like optimize their performance, and they're taking all these supplements. And this is because they don't understand the fundamentals of how our dopaminergic circuitry in the brain works. So once we understand these fundamentals, which we're going to lay out for you now, it'll help you like you'll understand the basics, right? So this will be like, the best analogy I can think of is that there are some people who use a lot of fancy ingredients when they cook, right? I'm going to use truffle oil and ghost peppers and all this really fancy crap. But then there are some people who are just good at making food, right? I'm really good at making a simple grilled cheese sandwich. I need 3 ingredients. I need bread, I need cheese, I need butter. I don't need anything special. I don't need anything fancy. Or I'm really good at making a steak. Give me salt, give me pepper, give me meat. That's all I need. I'll make a hamburger. Give me salt, give me pepper, give me meat. That's all I need. So today what we're going to teach y'all is, instead of all this fancy stuff about nootropics and psychedelics and all this crap, we're going to teach you the basics of how dopamine circuitry works. We're also going to show y'all a couple of very important papers. And then we are going to discover what is the difference between people who are motivated for all kinds of stuff and enjoy every aspect of life, and people who are completely unmotivated, have disconnections from reality, have aspirations but don't work towards them, and don't even enjoy wasting their time. Here is the nucleus accumbens. The nucleus accumbens gives us dopamine, okay? So dopamine in the nucleus accumbens does 3 things. It gives us pleasure, it gives us cravings, and it gives us behavioral reinforcement. So if I think about my life, when I eat, I don't know, like a slice of pizza, it gives me pleasure. What do I want tomorrow? I want pizza. And what do I do tomorrow? I eat pizza, right? So it gives us pleasure. This is something called hedonics. Cravings are wanting. So this is also like the future orientation. What does that mean? So craving is about wanting that thing again tomorrow. And then the last thing that it does is it reinforces a behavior, right? So it causes us to act again. So I don't know if this makes sense, but these are 3 fundamentally different things. okay? This is pleasure. This is wanting to do it again in the future, and this is actually like taking the action. So the wanting to do it and the actual act are like two different things, right? So we got to be subtle, but you'll have to understand that. You can want to work out, but actually working out and wanting to work out are two incredibly different things. So what do we see in Anhedonia? What we see is a problem with the dopaminergic circuitry, okay? So when we see a problem with the dopaminergic circuitry, we are not able to engage in pleasure. We aren't getting cravings towards those things, and we don't have behavioral reinforcement. So all of these three things become X's. So if you look at like the OP people in life, right? These are the people who work out and play games and are better MMR than you, have higher rank than you, and are more social and are more professionally successful and are healthier. What's the difference between them and you, okay? Or I'll say them and us. So their dopaminergic circuitry gives them pleasure from working out. If it gives them pleasure from workout, they crave working out. And if they crave working out, they are going to work out tomorrow. Now you may say, Dr. K, that's absurd. How do we actually achieve this? So we're going to show you. So this is what's wild. There's a bunch of neuroscience research, bunch of clinical research, but this is a paper about the computational structure of consumatory anhedonia. So what does this mean, okay? What processes determine how intensely reward is experienced, okay? I want y'all to understand what I'm about to show you because it's going to blow your fucking mind. See, we think that certain activities are pleasurable, right? We look at things like technology, video games, porn, drugs, whatever, and we say, this thing contains more pleasure than another thing like exercising. There is an intrinsic amount of pleasure in these activities. This is false. So I don't know if this makes sense. Bear with me. Here's a mouse. Here's a phone. There is no dopamine in these objects. There's no dopamine in here. There's no like dopamine entering my brain from a mouse. What happens is when I engage in certain activities, those activities activate my brain. That's where the dopamine is. And what we know from studies on deep brain stimulation and schizophrenia and depression and Huntington's disease and Parkinson's disease, right? Because each of these diseases gives us a different understanding of the engine of dopamine. Okay, this is where the oil goes, this is where the gas goes, this is where the pistons are, this is where the combustion happens. We figured out what all the pieces are. And the cool thing that we discovered is that the dopamine reward that you get is determined by the brain, not by the activity. And I know that sounds insane, but let's remember there are the OP people and the rest of us. And how are the OP people so OP? Because all of the activities, the healthy activities that they do, give them large amounts of dopamine. So it's not in the activity itself, it is actually in the brain. And we know that because if you get Parkinson's, that part of the brain will become busted. And if that part of the brain becomes busted, you no longer derive pleasure from it. You no longer get motivated to it. We also see that in major depression. So when someone is depressed, one of the key diagnostic features of depression is the inability to experience pleasure from activities that you usually find pleasurable. So I want y'all to think about that for a second. In depression, what we discovered is this thing, playing video games is pleasurable, but something can change in my brain that takes away the pleasure that you normally get, which means what is the determining factor for the pleasure? It's actually in the brain. And today, we're going to show you how to increase the dopaminergic response, which will result in more pleasure, more craving for the activity, as well as more behavioral reinforcement, okay? So not only do we understand like the anatomy and all the neurocircuitry and all this kind of stuff, right? So this is a great paper that talks about, you know, neurophysiological basis of anhedonia, genetic studies, prognostic value, treatment of anhedonia. So we've figured out all that stuff. And now we have the next level of research, which is what processes determine how intensely a reward is experienced. What that means is that what determines how much dopamine you get from an activity. I don't understand too much of this paper, right? So it's quite complex, but then they did this. Like, I don't even know what this means. But this is the level of dopaminergic theory, because this is an opinion, it's a hypothetical paper, but it's based on good data, okay? So we can like calculate, like I don't know what this is, like, but we can literally like calculate, or we have some equations that calculate the amount of dopamine that we get from things. But we don't need to understand that because this is where the money is. A new model of subjective hedonic experience. So this is what I want y'all to pay attention to, and I'll explain this in my own way. So here's the key thing to understand. We have two people, okay? Person purple and person yellow. And person purple and person yellow do the same thing. So this is self-care, okay? So this is a study where person purple and person yellow engage in the same amount of self-care. So they do something like, I don't know, I guess eat a hamburger, which I guess qualifies as self-care. What they discover is that even though the two people eat the same burger, the amount of pleasure that these people experience is different. The same burger results in this much pleasure, value change, here's the value change. So it results in this much pleasure for the yellow person and this much pleasure from the purple person, okay? So do y'all get that? Like this means that a different amount of pleasure is experienced for these two people. We'll get to this in a second, don't worry about this. Look at the pleasure that this person gets and the pleasure that this person gets. This is OP, this person is enjoying things a lot more. Even though in self-care, so this is kind of how they're ranking self-care, this is 0 self-care, this is 7 self-care, both people are moving from 2 to 7. Now the question becomes, if the pleasure is in the burger, why don't both people experience the same amount of pleasure? What's different between these people? And the difference, it's so broken, is the level of career attainment. So if we rank career attainment from 1 to 7, or I guess 1 to 6, what we find is that if you're at the top of career attainment, if the purple person is up here, so they're at a 6 out of 6 for career attainment, they have an awesome job. This person is at a 4 out of 6 on career attainment. They have a good job. What we discover is that the higher you are on career, the more pleasure a burger gives you. So this is what's OP. This person has a better job. This person makes more money. Not only do they have a better job and they make more money and feel more fulfilled in their career, but feeling fulfilled in their career allows them to derive more pleasure from a burger, right? So I want y'all to think about that. The better my life is, the more pleasurable everything becomes, which is broken,
yes.
right? And also explains why so many people are struggling in so
So
many
money
dimensions.
equals
Because
happiness?
the further down on the totem pole you are, the crappier everything is. If I don't have a good job, I don't have a good relationship, I'm lonely, my health isn't good, playing a video game doesn't even give me as much pleasure as playing a video game if all of those
I had way less money and was way happier. I had no job and was happier. Now I have a great job and I'm in this position. What does that mean for me? What is going on here? I have Parkinson's. So something is wrong in my brain. Okay. Please continue.
those other things were fixed. People experience all of these things together. A flattening of emotion, struggling with motivation, a losing a sense of self and connection and belonging, and questioning sense of self-purpose in the bigger picture. All of that comes together. So now what I'm going to do, I know it's insane, but now we're going to understand why this happens. And once we understand why it happens, then we're going to understand immediately how to fix it. So here's what the brain does. So our brain says, I have health. This is important to me. I want to have fun and I have a career. Let's say we've got 3 dimensions, right? So in this paper, we saw 2, remember? This has 2 dimensions, the career dimension and the self-care dimension. So let's say that I have a scale of 1 to 10 in each of these things. So let's say that I am at a 1 out of health. I'm at a 1 out of fun and 1 out of career. And this goes up to 10. So this is how our brain literally calculates the level of experience, the level of pleasure we get. So it says we're at a 1 out of 10 for each of these things. This means our total score that we want to achieve is 30. We have a lot of progress that we need to make, right? So I have to move up 9 points in each of these. So I am at 3 out of 30, which means that I need to do 27 units. I need 27 units of progress to fix my life. So if we look at this person needs 2 units of career improvement and 1, 2, 3, 4 units of self-care improvement, right? So they need a total of 6 units of progress to end up over here. We want fulfilling career and we want fulfilling self-care. This person, by contrast, is already maxed out on career and they just need 4 units. Okay, does that kind of make sense? So what this means, so I want y'all to think about this. So if I need 27 units of progress and I go to the gym, which is +1, what this means is now I'm at 4 out of 30 and I need 26 units of progress. So how much have I gone up? I have gone up by, let's say, about 3%. So technically, it's a little bit more, 3 to 4%. So my brain is looking at all of the things that I need to do. And as I make one step of progress, literally what it does is it looks at the total amount of work that has been accomplished. And what it does is gives me a commensurate amount of dopamine. So if I need to do 27 units of progress and I make 1 unit of progress +1, it gives me 1/27th of dopamine because it's like, hey, bro, we're not done. We have so much left to do. So I'm going to just give you a tiny reward for a tiny amount of progress. So in your life, I want y'all to imagine that you're in a class. When do you derive the most pleasure from being in a class? So at the beginning of the semester, you've got 3 tests and a final. When you finish the first test, you get some pleasure. Hey, that test is over. But you've still got these other things looming in front of you. When you
finish the
walk
final,
out
yeah.
of the final, how do you feel? You're done. You're finished. Hell yeah, son. Let's fucking go. Let's celebrate. Let's party. But if you look at it, taking that final is, let's say, 2 hours of work. You've done 200 hours of work over the semester. Why is it that the first 2 hours, I studied for 2 hours the first week of class? Was I like, hell yeah, let's go, pumped, yeah, I studied for 2 hours, I've 198, time to fucking go, son? No, of course not. You don't experience a ton of pleasure. In fact, the opposite. Oh my God, I just did 2 hours of work, I have 198 hours of work left. The pleasure is not from the work that you do, it's not from the activity. It is from your brain's calculation of how much more work there is to do. And that's what this shows us. When someone has one thing maxed out, the amount of pleasure that they get, because the total amount of stuff they have to do is less, the amount of pleasure that they get is way higher. Okay, so what this means, I'll kind of tell you all this way. So we get 1/27th of dopamine because, you know, we just made 1 point of progress. So we get 1/27th. Now let's say that my career was maxed out. I was at a 10 out of 10 out of career, and I was a 10 out of 10 of health. I work out 6 days a week, and I make $270,000 a year, because that apparently is the new standard for being like maximum income that leads to happiness. I saw a study about that recently. And then I'm 1 out of 10 for fun. So now I get
70K,
okay,
bro.
I start to have fun on vacation, so I get a +1. So my brain says I have 10 total units of fun to have. I'm going to do +1. Now I'm at a 2 out of 10. And I'm at 20% dopaminergic signal, as opposed to 3 to 4% of a dopaminergic signal if I have a ton of stuff to do. This is what we learned from the research on anhedonia, right? So and it kind of makes sense, because when when you're done with something, or the closer that you get to being done, the more fulfilled you are, the more fulfilling things are. Right? So who experiences the most pleasure in life, right? So let me give you all another example. Let's say that I have a great career, I'm healthy, and then I fall in love. And now my life is perfect. So if my life is perfect because I'm checking all of the major boxes, then how much pleasure do you think I experience? I experience so much pleasure because everything is going well in life. Versus if I have nothing going on, and even if I fall in love, what does that feel like? Y'all know what I'm talking about, because we fall in love all the time, right? Even if our life is shit. I have this one bastion of hope, but the rest of my life is a smoldering mess. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know who I am. I'm not having any fun. I'm not taking care of myself. This is the one thing that I've got. Doesn't bring us maximal pleasure because everything else is falling apart. Duh. Now the question becomes, if this is true, how do we fix this, right? So are you telling me, Dr. K, that what I need to do is put together every dimension of my life in order to experience pleasure? No, not at all. So I have 3 dimensions that I need to level up in. And I'm over here, I'm over here, and I'm over here. So this box represents all of the progress that I need to make, because anhedonia and the dopaminergic reinforcement that we get is percentage based. Satisfaction divided by total wants. So there are 2 things that we can do. You can say, Dr. K, are you telling me that if I'm out of 3 out of 30, I need to gain 27 points? No, I'm not. There are 2 ways to get to 100%. This is one way. 3 out of 30 plus 27 out of 30 equals 100%. What's the other way, math geniuses? Oh, that's right. 3 out of 30, we can turn that into 3 out of 10, and then we'll be at 30%. Or we can even turn that into 3 out of 3, and then we'll be at 100%.
Wait. So he's lowering your standard now? Is that what it's boiling down to? Because I was under the assumption on the first variant for sure that you're gonna have to gain 27 points. Let's see what he says here, but I'm thinking he's lowering your goal. This is so interesting. I'm trying to reflect it onto myself. Let's see. We have to hear him out first.
100%. That's the other thing that we can do. What are you saying, Dr. K? Are you saying that I should want less? You're damn right I'm saying.
Oh my God, I told you.
It's not just me. Because there was this guy named Gautam Buddha who was like, you know what? This is going to be whack, but I'm going to teach y'all something really cool. The less that you want in life, the more bliss that you will find. Buddha figured this crap out like 3,000 years ago. He discovered this fundamental principle that the less that we want, the more happy we will be. Now, there are a couple of important things about this. This doesn't mean that you should overall total want less. We're going to talk about the specifics of it, right? So this is what I've learned from clinical focus. There are 3 ways to think about taking a test. I can think about a test as I'm just focused on the test. I'm not focused on the final. I can also think about focusing on the class as a whole. So I'm thinking about the 3-month span. So one case is a 1-month span, one case is a 3-month span, and one case is not even a 3-month span. It's a 4-year span. Because, oh my God, my GPA over the course of 4 years. Which person experiences the least pleasure? The person who's worried about all 4 years? Because think about it, right? Even if you do well on one test, you have not guaranteed yourself a 4.0 GPA over 4 years. So you can't relax because the scope of the problem that you have in your mind is so big. And this is what we see. We see that people who are very anxious, people who are very depressed, what kinds of words do they use in terms of time? I'm always going to be alone. I'll never find a boyfriend. I'll never find a girlfriend. Is this what the rest of my life is supposed to be like? So I don't know if y'all have seen these posts or you experience this stuff, but I see all these posts about people saying, is this all that life is? I go to work from 9 to 5, I commute for half an hour, I do laundry, I work out a little bit, and then I go to sleep. And then it's rinse and repeat for 40 years. Is this what life is? So think about the time scale that they're operating at. Think about in their brain, what is the target that they're setting? They're thinking about they have a gigantic denominator. I have to do this, and I have to do this, 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 I have to do this. And what do we sort of tell people to do, right? What are the people who are sort of happy in life? What do? They sort of focus on one thing at a time. And it's not just that focusing on one thing at a time. It's not like a productivity thing. I mean, it does become a productivity thing. We'll get to that in a second. But the key thing that they're doing is reducing their denominator. So the more that you reduce your denominator, the more pleasure you will experience. Now, people say, but Dr. K, if I reduce my denominator, does that mean that I lose ambition? No, this is the most OP thing. So when you reduce your denominator, what is actually happening to your dopaminergic circuitry? When you're reducing your denominator, you are getting more dopamine, right? So if we're getting a 20% dopamine signal, instead of a 3%, we are increasing our pleasure, we are increasing our cravings, and we are increasing our behavioral reinforcement. If you do a 50% bump of dopamine by reducing your denominator, you are going to get more pleasure, more craving, and more behavioral reinforcement, right? So as you advance, you will start to do healthy things more and more and more. And this is what's kind of weird about this, is that we're also increasing behavioral reinforcement. So this is what's sort of weird. It flips around our dopaminergic circuitry. So I wrote a book. It's good. Y'all should check it out if you've got kids. It's called How to Raise a Healthy Gamer. When I wrote a book, I felt fulfilled. And it took me a grand total of 34 days before I started writing my second one. Because now I derive pleasure from it. Now I crave it. I want to fucking do it again. Let's go. This is how I work 7 days a week. It's Thanksgiving tomorrow. And I'm working and I'm hyped. Look at my face. This is awesome. I love doing this. I'm so lucky. So if you guys are struggling with this, let's take a look. Experiencing a loss of joy and flattening emotion, struggling with motivation and active engagement, losing a sense of connection and belonging, questioning sense of self, purpose in the bigger picture. All of these things are related to your dopaminergic circuitry fundamentally. And what do we want to do? We want to focus on one thing at a time. We want only one axis. So you guys can do one axis, or what you can do is shrink this way. So you can focus on a 3x3 cube instead of a 6x7 cube, or a 2x2 cube, or a 1x1 cube. If you want to become an OP person and you want to be more motivated, enjoy life, have a sense of who you are, have purpose, and actually work towards your aspirations, you need to shrink your wants. So don't worry about all the crap that you want. Don't worry about all the crap that you need to do, because all that stuff overwhelms us mentally, right? We think about all these things. And here's the experience of it. It's wild. I went to the gym today, and what does my mind tell me? Oh my God, I have so far to go. Oh my God, it's so hard. Oh my God, I should have started a long time ago. Technically, you made progress, but there's no pleasure. And when there's no pleasure with progress, what do you expect? So there are two other subtle things we have to talk about. The first is, let's talk about technology. So when we have all of these things that we need to do, when we've got a gigantic denominator, this is why we become addicted to technology. Because the things that we normally would give us pleasure are not giving us a large amount of pleasure because our denominator is huge. And so if activities like studying and working out and cooking for yourself are not giving you pleasure, then what we need is a strong source of dopamine. So remember how I said that there's no dopamine in the hamburger? It's not that there's no dopamine in the hamburger. It's that the majority of dopamine is actually in here. And at the same time, if we're not getting a whole lot of dopamine from life, we become dependent on crappy sources of dopamine like technology, video games, drugs, whatever, take your pick, right? So this creates a vulnerability because regular life is not dopaminergically reinforcing. So now we become vulnerable to these spurts of dopamine from things like TikTok or YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels or whatever. So that's something we also have to keep in mind, is that we want to sort of reduce that kind of behavior, but also our dependency on that behavior depends on the amount of pleasure that we get from other activities. So I don't waste 12 hours a day on Reddit. Why is that? That's because this is actually more fun for me than Reddit is. And all I'm thinking about today, I'm not thinking about the 300 videos that I have to make over the next year. I'm just thinking about this one, which brings us to the second point, which is how do you reduce your wants? But this is where I encourage y'all to focus on shrinking that box as much as possible. So notice in your mind how when you study, your mind sort of says, oh, I have to do all of this stuff. And literally that is the moment that you get robbed of the pleasure of your achievement. So catch that moment. Be like, okay, I'm going to set those thoughts aside. I did this. This is what I'm going to focus on, right? And if there's a ton of stuff that you're missing in life, let it go. Don't worry about a relationship right now. Focus on one thing at a time, right? So this is all, we've already figured these answers out. but we haven't understood how it works or why it works. And what I want y'all to understand is when I'm telling you to focus on one thing at a time or reduce your desires as much as possible, it's like, oh, Dr. K, we've tried that. Well, this is what I want y'all to understand now. Here's what I hope is different. I want y'all to understand what the price of that is. When I have all of these unfulfilled desires, it makes it very difficult for me to progress in any of them. And so as you think about all of these wild ambitions you have, tone it down, tone it down, tone it down, tone it down. Catch your thoughts of ambition and I want this and I want this and I want this and I want this. No, tone it down. Shrink the box as much as possible. And as you shrink the box, your pleasure will increase. And don't worry about ambition. The ambition will come, right? As you get that behavioral reinforcement and you get that pleasurable activity, you will crave more of the action. That is the switch that you need to flip. Hey, y'all. Hope you enjoyed today's video. We talk about a bunch of topics like this on the channel, so be sure to subscribe for more. If you're already subscribed, GG, and we'll see you in chat.
Wow, that was a really, really good video. Another good one by Healthy Gamer GG. Unbelievable. It makes a lot of sense. If I put value, numbers, onto the things that happened in my life, onto what gives me how much pleasure, how much dopamine, I know exactly now. So in summer, I was unbeatable. Because even though I didn't have much, and specifically because I didn't have much, I did, however, have the goals. I was better off, right? And it's true. It's because right now I started doing so many things at once. It was like 2025. Let's fucking go. I got the company going. I got the workouts going. I gotta design stuff. I gotta do social media. I wanna do vlogging, affiliate marketing, all the things all at once. And I'm just at the beginning, and that's why it doesn't feel like anything. And now, how does the breakup play into this? Let's say my work, health, fitness, all of it was on point in summer. Let's say health, I think I'm high up there, right? Job, it was all in the making. So I don't know. It wasn't safe at that point. So we can't really rate it high, right? But all of these things aside, I was in love. And that woman, she carried everything. Her score was infinite. So no matter what I did, I was happy. No matter what I did, it didn't matter. So now, having lost her, I'm back to start. Oh my god. So I gotta lower my standards or start going slower. Focus on one thing. Or just small steps. Like Stark Darkness says, I set myself little goals. Yo, are you still here, man? So much insight of this channel. This is crazy. Dude, it makes so much sense. This is ridiculous. I can't even make a plan instantly because there is like so many. I have so many thoughts now. But I know one thing is that we're gonna get to there. We're gonna get to the plan, and it's gonna work out. I know it. I just have to reevaluate, take it slow, and just understand where I am at right now. I have to trust the process and just keep on going. Like the guy said in the first video, sadly I forgot the name already, but the very first video we watched tonight about the Anhedonia, he said, without really explaining why, he said just keep going, just keep pumping. The water will come. It is the same thing that Healthy Gamer GG said. The more you do, eventually your score is gonna top up, and then the points you're gonna get are gonna have more value. This is ridiculous, dude. And it's just a concept for us to understand how it works. It's not something that you can touch. It's not real. And still it works. Right? The causation, the symptoms, and the cure. All of it. Everything having to do with mental health, distress, everything about it. It is just a concept that we made for ourselves so we can understand it. And right now, I understand it. Great video. Amazing. I need a break, dude. It's a lot to digest right now. And it's like I'm shaking, honestly. My brain is shaking right now. Because it does make sense. I was afraid something in my neurochemistry is wrong. Right? Who knows? I took a bunch of drugs years ago. I might be cured or stabilized or regained my brain cells. What if I fried them? I was good in summer. I think we were good. It could have been better, I guess, without having taken anything in my life. Probably burned a few holes in there. Right, but I was unbeatable. I was fucking Superman in summer. I had it all. I felt insane. That was a good one. I'm definitely gonna post this one to YouTube. Damn, dude. Yo, Stark Darkness, are you here, man? The reason why I can't get out of bed and don't have any motivation must have to do with the fact that I see myself at the beginning again. And it's true. I'm at the beginning again. Basically, I'm starting over. Absolutely. Abso-effing-lutely. I'm gonna let that sink. And we're gonna build on this. Damn, that was a good one. Fuck. I actually feel like we can play a game. Wow, dude. Let me just check what's going on with Bitcoin right now. Looks like we are about to touch the 618, but probably gonna touch the 707. Holy shit, my neck was very bad today, and we still worked out. I took an Ibu against pain. It helped a lot because the pain was so big. It's still there, but oh, oh shit, dude. Chronic pain feels good, man. Ridiculous, dude. I don't know. I feel weird right now. I was like, yeah, let's watch some more psychological YouTubes today. It feels like I'm done. I want to cope with this for now and like figure out a strategy, you know? But I can't even do that because I'm so tired right now. It's just the week was crazy. The day was crazy. Maybe we just play some guitar. I haven't touched this for so long. And you can't play with fingernails. I gotta cut them. I was gonna buy some new strings, make it all fresh and nice. Yeah, maybe next week. I was gonna buy some keys. Maybe we can play like piano. And I was gonna buy a violin. But I'm gonna put these things aside first, I think, because I don't have any money because of laser. And that's basically number one reason. I might just buy the keys because you can actually play violin via keys. And then the next level would actually be to have a software to be able to play piano via my regular keyboard. Maybe I can get something like that going. I don't know. It was a great video, dude. Let me see what else we have.
Here's a mouse. Here's a phone.
I don't want to.
There's a few interesting videos that we can still watch. But I feel like I just wanna waste time and just play some game or something. So this is an interesting one. Let's check this one out. Also to Anhedonia, but this time in relation to addiction.
Hey everybody, this is
So we're gonna check out Anhedonia after addiction, the inability to feel pleasure after getting sober. 1.25 speed by Freehouse Recovery.
Rob with Treehouse Recovery, and I'm back again. And today I want to teach you guys about anhedonia. One of the major reasons, or a big reason why people relapse, especially in early recovery, is because of anhedonia, or a lack of knowledge of anhedonia. And the best way I can describe anhedonia, and by no means is this a clinical term, but the best way I can describe it is a state of blah, okay? It's a current dissatisfaction with sobriety or somebody's current reality, which is going to be sobriety, okay? And it consists of two primary factors. The first is going to be biochemical, and the second is going to be psychological. So first, let's focus on the biochemical. When somebody ingest drugs or alcohol, they release dopamine into the brain. And this continues over a period of time, for years sometimes. And every time they put a drug in their body, dopamine is released in the brain. And what eventually happens is the brain says, that's it. I'm done. I don't need to produce this naturally anymore. Now, dopamine, if you refer back to my pause video, is responsible for a lot of things. It's responsible for a reward that keeps us safe and alive and keeps us moving forward as individuals or as just a society in general. And if we don't have dopamine or a natural production of dopamine, well, we're going to feel that blah feeling, okay? So when somebody enters a recovery center or any kind of treatment environment and they are no longer having a chemically altered amount of dopamine going off in their brain throughout the day whenever they put the drug in their body. And what will happen is somebody goes through everyday activities during that initial phase of sobriety, they're just not going to feel very good. They're not going to feel that reward. So that's the biochemical reasons of why somebody's going to feel anhedonia. The second thing that we need to discuss when really understanding anhedonia is the psychological effects that somebody's going to be experiencing while in early sobriety. So to really understand that, let's take a look at somebody while they're in active addiction. This is usually a pretty exciting lifestyle. Now, it's negative excitement, a majority of it, but excitement nonetheless. So this is somebody who might be participating in illegal activity, stealing. This is somebody who's probably putting themselves in pretty dangerous situations, maybe dealing with some pretty shady people or running from the police, or maybe even just the excitement provided from being dishonest to the people around them, trying to hide their stash, or just get away with the substance use, or anything involved in the substance use. So what all of these behaviors do is, well, it gets the heart beating, okay, and it can start to produce adrenaline, and all of these behaviors will create that excitement. Now, let's talk about that individual when they decide to go into treatment. Well, they're not going to be receiving that same kind of excitement. And what this can do is lead to a comparison. To where, yes, I understand those were negative behaviors, but the way I interpreted it while I was in active addiction was, this is very exciting. And now that I'm in treatment, I have a schedule, I have a routine, and I'm not receiving that same kind of adrenaline pumping excitement that I'm used to. All right? So this can often lead to other psychological setup behaviors.
And
so
then they
can
get back
now
on drugs.
awfulize sobriety or even romanticize the past using. So with the biochemical and the psychological effects, somebody will have that anhedonia. Now, anhedonia can be consistent during somebody's process, at least the initial phase. It can also spike during different months of their process. It can also get elevated during activities that maybe somebody has a relationship with. For example, if somebody grew up surfing and they love surfing, every time they go out surfing, they get that dopamine reward. Well, if that same individual later on in life decides to get sober and they go out and they go surfing, well, there's a good chance they're not going to get the same reward that they're used to due to that dopamine deficit. This can easily lead somebody to going and awfulizing their sobriety, or even hyper-focusing on things from their past that would produce that dopamine, for example, substance use, all right? And this is a major reason why we see people relapse. This is why I'm so confident in the treehouse approach to treatment. We got guys waking up at the crack of dawn, going out to the ocean, and experiencing that joy, that excitement, getting the heart beating, getting the adrenaline going as they're out there, they're riding the waves. And we're doing this all in a structured and controlled environment, but still creating a new relationship with that excitement that for a lot of people who have the disease very much crave. And then from the beach, they're going into the gym and they're participating in intense workouts. And when they're doing that, what that's going to do is kickstart that natural dopamine production. We have the ability to assist somebody through that initial phase without the use of any kind of medications, anything that's actually going to do more harm than good.
Okay, so he's just working with criminals, right? That's why he did the criminals example. I mean, we get it, right?
And all this kind of stuff. But before we get started with that, as some professional, so
wishing for the object of your metta.
Get started. Well, so
Let's check this one out. I like this comment. The world will ask you who you are, and if you don't know, the world will tell you. Strong. Okay, let's listen into this one. So title of the video is Tired of Work, Society and Life by Healthy Gamer GG.
Enough of the memes. Let's get started. Okay. So I just want to chill for the rest of my life. I don't want to fucking work and conform to societal standards. Life is bullshit. I'm just so tired. So this is something that we are seeing more and more of. That, you know, this generation of people, like we're talking about millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, is sort of experiencing this life where like they just want to chill. Like they're tired of the humdrum. They're tired of work. They're tired of conforming to social standards. They're just tired. Exhaustion is actually like the primary experience. Now, when people feel this way, what happens is oftentimes the older generations, or even our own generation, boomers or other millennials will say like, oh, you're a loser for being tired. This is what life is. You got to grind. You got to hustle. And then the older generation will say like, oh, like young kids nowadays, they don't have a work ethic. They don't have a this. They don't have a that. So one of the things that I see a lot is when people are exhausted of life, the most common thing that we do is blame them for it. Right? We say that, oh, if you're exhausted in your life, like this is your fault. If you worked harder, things would be better. And so the challenge that, you know, the hardest thing about the job that I do is actually in pointing out that it isn't your fault, but it is your responsibility. Is this conundrum between, I understand why people are so exhausted. Let's just talk about that for a second. So the first thing is that jobs have changed. So jobs have been optimized for different things. They haven't been optimized for, you know, well-being of the people who are working them, right? So we have these like careers where, and I think like residency, like medical residency is a really good example of this, where like we accept a lot of abuse in the medical resident community because the abuse is temporary. So I've heard horror stories. I ran a program where we did like stress management and resilience training for about 600 residents. And I heard horror stories about abusive attendings. And what everyone kind of says is like, suck it up because it's only a couple of years and then you'll leave and then you'll make hundreds of thousands of dollars and it'll be worth it. And so somewhere along the way, I see this also in banking where it's like, we have this saying that says shit rolls downhill. So when you're at the bottom of the hill, you're getting the most shit. And then as you move up the hill, you get to roll the shit down to the peons. I had to go through a crappy phase so that you can go through a crappy phase too. I had to do it. I had to be on the receiving end, so it's okay for me to be on the giving end. We feel exhausted by work because work is not fulfilling. Work is not designed to be fulfilling. And then we also have societal expectations. And this is what's so exhausting about societal expectations. See, we've had societal expectations since the dawn of humanity. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I wasn't there. But the challenge right now is that the everyone has societal expectations that are different, and you fall short of all of them, right? I see this a lot, for example, in dating. So it's like, you know, am I supposed to ask someone out or am I not supposed to ask someone out? Am I being creepy if I ask someone out? Am I violating someone's space? Am I creating a lack of safety? But then on the flip side, other people are like, okay, like, no, you're supposed to be the initiator, right? I'm sort of thinking about men. And women have it no better either. It's like, okay, should I have sex early or not have sex earlier? I don't know. Like, is this person being respectful? Or are they not being respectful? I don't know what to expect. For women, especially things like kids and career. Am I supposed to have a job? Am I not supposed to have a job? Am I supposed to have kids? Am I not supposed to have kids? And the problem with society right now is that everyone has strong societal expectations that are different, and you can't make everyone happy. So if you're a woman who decides to have a career instead of kids, some people will be like, yay, good job. And other people will be like, when are you having your kids? When are your kids? Hey, when are we getting grandkids? Right? And we have on the flip side, we have men who are like, okay, like men are supposed to express their emotions. It's okay to feel your emotions. It's okay to express your emotions, except for anger. Because if you're an angry man, you're a threat and you're a danger. And women have it no better with anger either, because women are supposed to be docile. They're supposed to be kind. They're supposed to be polite. They're supposed to be empathic. And if you're a woman in the workplace who gets angry, you're a bitch. You're evil. Oh my God, we have a specific term for an angry woman. Bitch. Right? We don't have a term for an angry man. So I don't think one gender has it better than the other. I think the key takeaway here is that society expects so much of us. You should grind. You should work hard. But by the way, you should also be happy and meditate. You should have a work-life balance, but you should work twice as hard. Right? Like, this is the problem, is everyone expects so much from us. You should be fat. You should be thin. Oh, yeah, we should have body positivity, but we should also all get in shape. Right? Like, how are you supposed to win this game? It's impossible to win. And people are tired. So if you look at the research on burnout. One of the key factors of burnout, I want to say number one cause, but probably not one of the top three, statistically, is not working hard. See, this is the big mistake that the boomers make. They look at our generation and they say, y'all aren't working hard. It's a problem of work ethic. That's incorrect. This generation is actually the hardest working, I think, statistically, right? We work way more hours than people used to. The cause of burnout and the cause of exhaustion is working futilely. So when you work really hard and you have nothing to show with it, this is when you get tired. So the problem with living up to expectations, society's expectations, is that you are actually doing a good job of living up to half of society's expectations. You're 100% satisfying this group of people, but this other group of people is still unhappy with you. And so then what do? We want to just check out. I'm done. I just want to chill. I don't want to do the rat race anymore. And people are mentally checking out all over the world. In the US, we call them NEETs, not in education, employment, and training. In parts of South America or Spain, they're called ninis, ni trabajo, ni estudiar. In China, it's called laying flat. Right? We're mentally checking out of this. So if you're someone who's exhausted by life, what do? What's the solution here? So the solution is actually quite simple, but it's very hard. And that's that you can't live for the sake of a job, and you can't live for the sake of making society happy. It'll never work. You can never make society happy. Because there's a basic issue with human beings, which is that the more that you do for human beings, the more they will want. See, most human beings, if I help you with your laundry once, you will want me to help you with your laundry again, and then you will want me to help you with your laundry a third time, and then you will start to expect me to help you with your laundry. And then if I don't do you a favor, not only is there a complete absence of gratitude, there develops a sense of entitlement. And along with that, if you stop doing me the favor, then I get mad at you. Hey, I need you to work on this rush project. It needs to be done at the end of the weekend. And then once you do it once, they expect you to do it again. They expect you to do it a third time. Right? Not everyone is like this, thankfully. Good people are out there. So what do we do about this? So there's one fundamental problem that we have, which is that at some point we stopped listening to ourselves. And we started paying more attention to the external world. And why is this happening? So if you look at the human being today, there's a couple of really interesting scientific and psychological changes that are happening. This is more of a yogic perspective now, okay? Well, there's science to it as well. We'll talk about that. The first is that if you look at where your attention goes to the outside. So where am I getting information about what I should do in this world? So most of the information that we're getting is from the outside, because I'm watching these TikToks, I'm listening to some random guy on the internet talking about how I should live my life, and this very inspiring music. Yeah, and that's why you gotta work hard, you gotta grind, right? Or you listen to stuff that really emotionally resonates with me. Yeah, all women are this, or all men are this, and that makes you feel good, right? And you keep on scrolling, you're like, yeah, subscribe, like tell me more about how women are bad or men are bad. So we go on looking at, like, feeding ourselves this diet of literally manufactured bullshit. I guess not literally, metaphorically. Right? These short form content pieces and things like that. And like, this is the way the world is. Right? This is why people say, go out and touch grass. And so our attention is outside of us. And this is something that's very important to understand. If you look at the way that the human being evolved, the human brain evolved, our attention was within us for like half the day. So for the majority of human history, we've been doing like rote tasks. So we would go out foraging, we'd go out hunting, and then we'd have to walk back for 2.5 hours. And during the walk back, we've got no headphones. We've got no podcasts to listen to. We would have some degree of conversation, but like, what are you talking about for like 2.5 hours on a one-way trip every single day? There's not enough to say. So what a lot of human beings would do is pay attention to themselves. And fundamentally, what has happened in our society today is we've gotten disconnected from our own internal compass. Because literally our mind and our attention is outside of us for the majority of the day. See, I used to have this trap of being efficient. And being efficient is one of the worst things that you can do. So when I was in med school, I was like, oh my God, I gotta be efficient. I would wake up in the morning and I would start putting on some podcast. While I did some exercise, while I was in the shower, while I was cooking breakfast, I was listening to something. And then on the way to the train, I would be listening to a lecture. On the train, I'm reading a textbook. When I get off the train, headphones back in, listening to a lecture for the 12-minute walk to the school. Then I go sit down in my lecture hall, I open my notes, I start reading. I am in class all day, I go to whatever, like my study sessions or whatever, and then it's headphones back in, being efficient. Listening to nonfiction, learning languages, I'm always efficient. No time for boredom, no time for idleness, no wasted time. And so what I noticed is that over time, right, so thankfully I had the opportunity to study for a few years in India. I started to notice, well, hold on a second, this is weird. I'm losing sight of myself. I feel disconnected from myself because I'm not spending time with me. I got confused. My grades even weren't that good. And then I abandoned all of that. I started paying attention to myself. I started studying fewer hours a day and my grades went up. See, the basic problem with finding answers about you from outside of you is no one knows you. No one has the degree of information about your internal environment that you have. No one understands your thoughts, your emotions, your drivers, your motivations as well as you do. And so then what happens is we have people who offer solutions like myself. Oh, do this. This will help you.
Nobody does
right?
that.
But my solution is never going to map 100% onto you. Therefore, it is going to be inefficient. As you consume more and more information about productivity and habit formation and this and that, all that stuff is good. I'm not saying it's bad. But I'm saying that that is insufficient to build a life where you feel joy, where you have a lot of energy, and you feel good about what's going on. You're progressing. It's not going to work. Now, this problem has gotten way worse over the last 10 years because a second thing has started to happen. And that is that the uniform effect of all of this technology is emotional numbness, internal numbness. We shut down our amygdala and our hippocampus every time we doom scroll, every time we play a video game, if we watch pornography, even if you do something like watch a live stream. All of this stuff will shut down your internal signals. So not only are we externalizing our attention, when we externalize our attention, we are actually numbing ourselves. And when we numb ourselves, we lose sight of ourselves. And when we have a void within because we don't know what we want, right? And I hear this all the time when I'm like working with people, like in my office. I'm like, well, what do you want? And they're like, I don't know what I want. Like, that's the problem. I don't have any motivation. Like, this seems like a good idea. I'm kind of curious about this. This seems cool. So even if you listen to people's language, what you find is it's very externally oriented. It's not, I care about this, I want to build this, one day I want this. Sometimes you'll have some degree of fantasy, but it's not internal. It's like, oh, this seems like a good idea. I think I would be a good fit for this profession. Oh, making video games like would be fun. So it's not like information about what I actually know about myself. It is a hypothesis about the external world. And the external world, by the way, loves this. So the external world loves when there's a void within you and you don't know what you want. And this is where we get to the crux of societal expectations, because if you don't know what you want, if you don't know how to develop confidence in your life, then the world can tell you, hey, buddy, you lack confidence, you don't like the way that you look, buy this thing. It'll help. And so if you really look at like what happens to people is they're pulled in 1,000 different directions, right? Today I'm told, oh, I should have work-life balance. Tomorrow I'm told I should hustle more. Today I'm told I should have kids and that I can do it all. And you can be a boss babe. You can have kids and a career. And then you're also told, oh, like you shouldn't have kids and antinatalism and this and that. Like everything is crazy all the time. And so what ends up happening to us? We get pulled in this direction, we get pulled in this direction, we get pulled in this direction. We have no anchor. We are literally pulled away from here, away from here, away from here. Where is our anchor? Our anchor should be here, from within us. And the science behind this is beautiful. So when someone who is addicted to a substance decides in here, hey, I'm done with this shit, they're able to gain sobriety. The majority of people who become sober do so without any medical help. And if you talk to these people, what they'll say is they'll say, one day I woke up and I realized enough was enough.
It was me, dude.
This is the strength that we're lacking. Right? Because when you have an internal compass,
I said
in my
enough
case,
is enough, and I
had
never
an
looked back.
internal drive. I was going to be a doctor, hopefully.
Cold turkey, everything.
And so I applied to medical school, 40 rejections in year 1. Applied year 2, 40 more rejections. 80 rejections. Year 3, 39 rejections.
I cut ties with the friends. Wrong
If I
one.
was relying on society, and by the way, society tried to tell me to quit. Right? People told me, bro, you've
Never
applied
touch drugs
for
again.
2 years, 80 medical schools. You've gotten 2 interviews, not a single acceptance.
Started learning about
You
myself.
should quit. You should do something else. Go to the Caribbean, get a PhD, do something else. So society will give you reasons to quit. Society, not just reasons to quit, reasons to do something else, right? Oh, do this thing, do this thing, do this thing, be this way. Color your hair this way, buy this
Society
thing.
can fully lead your life.
So the internal fortitude
You don't have
to
to think.
defy society's expectations comes from understanding yourself. See, this is another subtlety that I think is very easy to miss. I don't want to work and conform to society's standards. There's a subtlety here which we need to talk about, which is that when you when you don't conform to society's standards, how do you feel? It hurts. It doesn't feel good to conform to society's standards. You don't like it. And so then what do? You conform to society's standards, right? So I was working with a patient once who had a sibling who was like, not the golden child, well, the older sibling, and then older sibling had a pretty tragic accident. And so the parents, understandably, started caring for that sibling quite a bit. But then something weird, something toxic started to happen. Everything was about this sibling, right? And as this sibling, poor person, could not finish university, could not get a job, could not drive, could not participate in relationships, right? Was really paralyzed, literally. So of course, what do the parents do? The parents start caring for this person. And then something toxic started to happen, which is that as the younger sibling started to achieve, oh, we can't really celebrate that because it's going to make your sibling feel bad. When you graduate from college, we're not going to hold a party because, it'll be hard on your brother. Your brother won't be able to handle it, right? We're not going to, no, I'm glad that you got a new car, but we're not going to advertise it. It's going to be tough on your brother. Your brother's been through so much. And so all these societal expectations, right? Familial expectations. Hey, you shouldn't be this way. Don't advertise. And the real tragedy of living up to societal expectations is that doesn't make you happy. See, when you live up to societal expectations, all you feel is relief. You don't feel pride. Pride comes from within.
True.
So this is the problem of societal expectations. If you don't live up to them, you feel disappointed in yourself. You feel bad. And even if you do live up to them, all you feel is relief. You're never getting your head above water, right? We're just getting right to the surface. It's a lose-lose situation. And when we play this lose-lose game, no wonder we're tired. And if you look at people who are content at life, there's absolutely studies that show that, there's a certain amount of income that correlates with a positive quality of life. My personal read on that is that there's a certain amount of very objective stress which resources can get rid of. Security can be countered by resources, but resources cannot create fulfillment. Lack of security. Right? So resources give you a certain amount of security, and that is the foundation for happiness. So it's very hard. Even when I was in India many years ago, people would say you can't meditate on an empty stomach. And if you kind of think about it, see, people think that monks have given up life and that their life is very difficult because they've given up all of their material desires. Hard to be a monk, right? No, the exact opposite. The most secure and safe people on the planet are monks. They have the easiest lives. People say, oh my God, it's so hard. You can't watch video games, or you can't play video games, you can't watch TV, you can't have sex. Isn't it hard to give up life? No, the monks have the easiest life on the planet. I want you to understand why. Let's think about this. I stayed in an ashram. I woke up, meditated for a while, I walk into the dining hall, and someone gives me food. I don't pay for it. I walk in at lunchtime, someone gives me food. I don't pay for it. I walk in at dinner time, someone gives me food. I don't pay for it. I go to my dormitory at night, I have somewhere to sleep, I don't pay for it. Think about this. Monks have utter security. Their meals are paid for, their clothes are paid for. Usually they even have cell phones that are paid for.
Okay, but not everybody can do that. If everybody does that...
And this is the crazy thing. They're the biggest mooches on the planet, and we respect them for it. Like, what the fuck?
If everybody does that, then it's not gonna be for free, right?
Pay me. Yes, take money. Yes. Oh, you're so great. Fucking hobos living on our dime that we respect. Right? It's crazy. So you really can't meditate on an empty stomach, and the monks have figured this out. And thankfully, as a society, we've been kind enough to support monks. I'm not saying don't support monks. I think it's good. It's healthy. Right? Because the problem is that you don't get to eat some omakase or some Michelin star restaurant, so you do have to give up quite a lot. But if you really look at security, they are very secure. They don't have to worry about where they're going to be living 10 years from now. They don't have to worry about how to put food on the table for the next decade. People give them free stuff like medical care, and it's great. So the problem with life right now is that we're disconnected from ourselves. We're trying to live up to these societal expectations. Even if you work really hard, you're not working for yourself. You're working to make someone else happy at work or at home, or societal expectations. And so it's never going to work. And the solution is, I think, honestly, multifactorial. So there's a lot of stuff that we in society need to do, right? So it's not just on you. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges of trying to help individuals. is when I work with patients, we talk about, oh, like you can do this and you can do this, and like if you're having trouble with dating, like we can work on your confidence. But the truth of the matter is that as a psychiatrist, like I can't change the world that my patients live in. And if you really look at the data, the most influential thing for your mental health is the world that you live in. It is nothing about what you do. So there are some really profound studies on adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. And what we find is that the crappier your childhood is, the more times you move, the more times your parents get divorced, the more times you get abused, the shittier your mental health is going to be, and the shittier your life will be. Your circumstances create so much power in your life. In the East, we call this karma, and karma cannot be escaped. This is the truth of it. We need societal change. That's why I started streaming in the first place, because I found it to be insufficient to help people one at a time. We need to change the whole society. Now, the challenge is that if we need to change society, are you screwed? And that's where, thankfully, the answer is no. So this is another mistake that I think a lot of people make, is that they say, okay, society sucks. Fair enough, right? I don't disagree, and life is hard. And yet, the real tragedy of the situation is that, like, who's going to take responsible for fixing the society that you live in? I'm going to do some tiny part. I encourage y'all one day to do some tiny part. We'll talk about that later. But the real challenge, the real fucking scam of being alive in the world today is that you're fighting an uphill battle. That you have to carve out happiness, success, motivation. You have to carve it out of the society that we live in. It's not going to give it to you. In fact, it's designed to take it away from you. And this is the real tragedy, right? So when I work with a patient, I'm thinking about one patient in particular who has bipolar disorder. And we were talking about how challenging it is to live with bipolar disorder. They were like, this is not fair. Like, why am I like this? I do so well for about 18 months, and then I have this manic episode. I spend $80,000, dig through all of my savings, buy all this stupid shit, start gambling, ruin my relationships, fuck up my job. This isn't fair. And what am I supposed to say to that as a psychiatrist? Right? I can't say, there are a lot of people out there who are kind of anti-psychiatry and like, oh yeah, like it's all excuses that people make and like, these are just pussies. I don't subscribe to that. I don't think it's fair. It's not your fault, but it is your responsibility. You're the one who has to live with it, right? This is a reality of your life.
It's not your fault, but it is your responsibility.
They're not compassionate about mental health. That's a reality of the world that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, y'all are starting to change that. And so what we need to do is take responsibility for whatever we can do. And this is the crazy thing. The crazy thing is that when I see people do this, it is very effective. You'd be amazed. I think you will be amazed. Because I've seen people who are lost and behind and hate society, and I've seen them rise to a place of happiness and success, and I see it consistently. All you really need to do is tap into yourself, right? Start to connect with this, and I think this is our first answer, which is going to be somewhat insufficient because this is a whole process. In Dr. K's Guide to Trauma, we talk about this process of how you get disconnected from yourself. Literally what happens in trauma is we form some degree of emotional numbness. We have this process called hemispheric lateralization, which results in things like literally dissociation and depersonalization. There's a process to reconnect with yourself. And you must reconnect with yourself. You must listen to yourself. This is critical. And as you listen to yourself, what makes this hard? What makes this hard is because the shit in there is not good. There's this old story from Hindu mythology where somewhere along the way there were a group of devas, which are like angels, and asuras, which are like demons. So back before there were humans, there were the devas and the asuras, and these people are in conflict. And somewhere along the way, someone told them, hey, at the bottom of the ocean is ambrosia. That will, if you drink it, you will have immortality. And so the devas and asuras decide to have a truce, and they're like, okay, we got to get this stuff from the bottom of the ocean. How are you going to get it from the bottom of the ocean? They don't have submarines. So what they start to do is churn the ocean. They're like, I have a good idea. How do you bring something from the bottom to the top? You churn it. Right? Let's create some drama. So they churn the ocean, but before the ambrosia comes up, poison floats to the surface. And they're like, oh crap, now there's poison at the top. Someone has to deal with the poison. And so it ends up that Shiva takes the poison and he stores it in his throat. He does this weird thing where he just holds it in his throat. And it's also like the symbol of a powerful yogic practice called a throat lock. And then once the poison is removed, then comes the ambrosia. And I think this is a beautiful analogy for what I see as a therapist. Before you get to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, it's not a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's a shit bow. It's a lot of shit with a pot of gold at the end. See, a pot of gold doesn't exist at the end of the rainbow. It's not beautiful, beautiful reward. It's shit reward. In therapy, what we do is we dig in the process of discovering confidence, discovering motivation, discovering passion. We have to work through a lot of crap. I don't know why it is this way. But the negativity is on the surface and the goodness is underneath. Right? We have this also in the hero's journey where we have to go through trials and tribulations to attain success at the end. And this is the basic problem that we have is anytime people start to do introspective work, anytime you stop numbing yourself, what do you experience? Negativity, lack of confidence, shame, fear. All of these negative things come up, which you suppress through your technological usage. And so what we need is perseverance with introspection. You got to keep going, right? And this is why, thankfully, we have professionals, we have tools. Psychotherapists are fantastic at this. Sometimes coaches do this work, but coaches are more about accomplishing a particular thing, and then if there is an internal barrier, overcoming that barrier for the sake of accomplishment. Whereas a therapist, this is my simplistic understanding, a therapist is more interested in not necessarily accomplishing a particular goal. It doesn't mean that they can't be goal-focused, but generally speaking, we're interested in healing, not accomplishing. And so a coach will be more about, okay, if we have to heal this in order to accomplish it, let's do it. But a therapist will be focused more on healing, right? Which is why they're medical professionals, mental health professionals. The goal is healing, health, not outcomes, which is a whole tragedy in the therapy profession to begin with. But anyway, conversation for a different day. So it's going to be hard, right? And this is what's the really challenging thing is we're so externally and outcome focused that we think, what amount of this work will lead me to health and happiness and success? And the answer is, I don't know. And this is the big paradox, and this is exactly the flip that the switch that I see flips, is that sometimes when we start working on this stuff, it gets hard, and then we power through. We don't give up because we say to ourselves, this is important enough. I'm doing this for myself. This doesn't help anyone but me. It's not to get a promotion. It's not to make someone happy. I'm doing it for me. I'm tolerating this pain and suffering for me. And the tragedy of the world is you can tolerate as much pain and suffering as you want for other people, but they will never give you the gratitude that is commensurate for what you've sacrificed. Tell me I'm wrong. I would love to believe I'm wrong. No one will appreciate you as much as you deserve. If you guys disagree, prove me wrong. This has been my experience. So in order for you to be worth it, you have to be worth it for yourself. I'm making this sacrifice for me. I'm dealing with this crap for me. I'm going to connect with who I am. The beautiful thing is once you connect with who you are, there's data on this as well, that once you have an internal drive for something, right? This goes back to the competing interest and overcoming addiction. Once you have a reason in here, this is worth it for me. I have decided what I want. Then the amount of mental fortitude you have is mind-blowing. Literally, metaphorically mind-blowing. So I'll work with people who are addicted to alcohol, and I don't know if y'all understand this.
All you need is a reason.
Alcohol withdrawal is lethal.
A good enough reason can move.
Is life-threatening.
Anything.
When you withdraw from alcohol, you have these things called GABA receptors. And when you drink alcohol, the alcohol goes to your GABA receptor and activates the GABA receptor. Now, the GABA receptor tones down the activity of the brain. So it slows everything down, makes it harder for your neurons to trigger an action potential, dulls you out. And then when we drink lots and lots and lots of alcohol, we bombard our GABA receptors, and our GABA receptors start to down-regulate. So we're basically disabling the brake in our brain. And the reason that we're still able to function is because we have so much alcohol swimming around that the alcohol is like an artificial brake. So once we remove the alcohol, our brakes no longer work because we were relying on the alcohol to slow down the action potentials and activation of our brain. Which means that when we no longer have a brake on the brain, the neurons start hyperactivating. They bounce back because they used to be suppressed by the alcohol. It's a rebound effect. And this literally causes seizures. But if y'all know medicine, you know that action potentials don't just exist in neurons. They also exist in heart muscle. Electrical conductance is how the heart pumps in unison. There's an electrical signal that goes through our ventricles and causes all of the muscles to contract. And so when we withdraw from alcohol, the heart muscle can also seize. And when the heart muscle seizes, we die. Literally. That's a literal. Alcohol withdrawal can be fatal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is important to understand. When your body is dying, it will let you know. It will send the most powerful signals that it can to tell you, hey, dumbass, drink. Otherwise, we will die. Your body is very smart. And so the process of overcoming alcohol withdrawal is conquering the most powerful signals that your body will send you. These are signals which have built over millions of years of evolution to preserve life. It doesn't start with straight seizures. It starts with shakes. It starts with agitation. It starts with cravings. It starts with dry mouth. It starts with palpitations. As your body starts the process of dying through seizures, it tries to control it. The neurons want to seize. The heart muscle wants to seize. That's what a palpitation is. It's not beating normally. It's monitoring that, and it sends you signals. Drink, 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 drink. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. I can't handle this. We're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die. And what is it that allows people to conquer this? It is internal fortitude. It is saying, I'm going to do this, even if it costs me my life. That degree of strength is what's missing. This is why life is hard. This is why we lack motivation. We lack this connection to ourself. We have a void within us that has been created through living up to external expectations and numbing ourselves through technology, not to mention substances like alcohol and marijuana. And in this void, the rest of the world fills it in. There's no fortitude. We're completely disconnected from where our perseverance and strength comes from. And when we connect with that thing, it is literally makes a human being so focused and have such a degree of willpower and motivation that they can conquer these signals. Now, thankfully, in the case of alcohol withdrawal, we also have people like medical professionals who will do things like push IV Ativan, which will keep us from dying, and will also calm some of those signals down. What we do in medicine, thankfully, is we titrate people off, right? So we give them the amount of GABA support they need. So we start off with like 10 milligrams a day, and then we go to 8 milligrams a day, and then we go to 6 milligrams, and then 4 milligrams and 2 milligrams, and then we're off. So for 5 or 6 days, it's a rocky thing, but we can give the body time to acclimatize so that alcohol withdrawal is no longer life-threatening. That's the right way to do it. Also feels way better. Right? So don't go trying to withdraw from alcohol by yourself. Like it's medically dangerous. I would strongly recommend you go to a medical professional. But these are the issues at play. And we have a society of people who are tired. And why are you tired? Because you have no energy. Where does the energy come from? Energy comes from in here. You can't be externally motivated. I mean, people try to rely on external motivation. You can have some degree of external motivation, but when we're talking about going the distance, the problem with external motivation is it comes from the outside, which means if your environment changes, your motivation changes with it. It's not sustainable. So people will try to craft an environment that creates their motivation. And this is clever, but it's not ideal. See, people who craft their motivation, to craft their environment to create motivation, you are still surrendering control to your environment. And if the environment changes, then your motivation will change with it. People who date a partner because they lack confidence in themselves. And this person tells me I'm beautiful, this person tells me I'm wonderful, therefore I feel good about myself. It is a short-term solution that propagates the long-term problem. Instead, let the confidence develop from within. Now, why is that hard? Because when I go digging within, what do I find? I find shame. I find a lot of lack of confidence. So if you're someone who's tired of the world, tired of living up to societal expectations, tired of work, and you just want to chill, connect with yourself. That's where chillness comes from. There's a whole different conversation. Maybe we can go into it if y'all want, but what is the nature of chillness? Literally, where does chillness begin and where does it end? Chillness is about contentment in here. Am I chill with 1 beer or 2 beers or 3 beers? See, chillness is an internal experience, and that's where we need to explore. So some people will say, oh my God, I hate working 8 hours. Some people will say, I hate working 12 hours. I'm happy to work 24 hours. I'm chilling. I love being on call. I like working hard on call. I like that time at like 2:30 in the morning when I step outside of the hospital and everything is quiet. Maybe 3:30. I've got my pager with me, so if something happens, I'll get paged and I walk back in. But the whole world is asleep. And I go to the roof of the hospital and I just step outside and I just look out wherever I am. Go to the upper levels of Massachusetts General Hospital and look out over the Charles River while the whole world is asleep. It's a beautiful experience. And then I get paged. So-and-so is constipated. Like, all right, time to help this person take a shit. If you're a doctor and you've been on call, you know what I'm talking about, right? The 330 pages for constipation. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you're very lucky and you've got a good day team that manages constipation and you don't get paged for it. That's good. You should be paging me for heart attacks and seizures, not constipation. But then I work with people who had constipation, and constipation can be worse. Okay? Questions? The whole world is not asleep. Yeah, we're not asleep, but you're not visible from the top floor of a hospital. How do you find what you like without trying? You have to try. Who said that there's no trying? How do you connect with yourself? Okay. Okay, these are all great questions, all right? How to overcome the need for external validation and belonging. Okay. So a lot of people struggle with being addicted or dependent to external validation or belonging. And I want to ask you all a simple question. How do I become independent of the charity of others to feed me? How do I no longer become dependent on other people's pantries for food? I have to have my own pantry that's stocked. See, you only need external validation when you are not happy with yourself. External validation is when there is a lack of internal validation. When you are confident in the work that you're doing, when you believe in the work that you're doing, when you are happy with the work that you've done, right? So sometimes I'll get patients who are upset with me. They'll be like, Dr. K, I've been coming to you for 6 months and I'm not cured yet. You're the worst doctor on the planet. You've been scamming me. You've been doing this and like, you should have done this different. You should have done this different. People will come and be very upset with me. And oh my God, like this is my patient. I care about this person. I've been working so hard. It'll tear you apart. Right? And it's important as a doctor. I think this is a big mistake that we make as a profession. We don't listen to those people enough. So we should listen to those people. And I think I try to listen to those people. They may disagree. Right? So I take what they say seriously. Like, because if you're 6 months in and you're not happy, like maybe I'm doing something wrong. There's no question I could have done something better because I'm not perfect. So there must be something I could have done better. Tell me what I could have done better. Tell me, please. I'm here to help. But even that approach comes from an internal confidence. Right? The only way to tolerate that kind of thing is for me to feel good in here. See, narcissism involves a dependence upon the opinions of others. This is why narcissists can't tolerate criticism. Because if you tell me that I am a bad person, I don't feel good on the inside, so your opinion determines my reality. Narcissism is about insecurity. It's insecurity that's root. Because if I believed in myself, I don't need your approval. So how do we get independent of external validation? We have to be confident in ourselves. We have to have internal validation. This is why in psychotherapy, when we have someone who has an insecurity, this is oftentimes confuses these people. Because the therapist will say nice things to you. They'll say like, oh, like, you know, it sounds like you worked really hard for that. And then they get really skeptical, right? You're like, you're saying that because you're my therapist. You're trying to be nice. You don't actually believe that. Think about that for a second, right? Have you ever been skeptical of like, you're like, nah, therapist is just being nice. So hold on a second. We got to unpack this. The first is that why are you skeptical of what the therapist is saying? Right? Because you don't believe it yourself. If I tell you, hey, I think you're pretty, and you're like, are you trying to trick me? Are you going to make fun of me? Am I on camera somewhere? I'm not pretty. I'm not good looking. See, when you believe something about yourself and you get contrary evidence, there's data about this, right? Cognitive bias. We discount contrary information. It's because you don't believe me, then you find the reason. Then the mind is like, they're saying that because they're a therapist. But it doesn't matter whether they're a therapist or not. You disbelieve the statement to begin with. Then your mind goes and looks for logic that allows you to disbelieve it. Because the therapist says, oh, I think you did a good job. You're like, you're just saying that because you're my therapist. But if someone else tells you you did a good job, you do the same thing. Your parents tell you, oh, you're my mom. A random person on the street tells you, oh, hey, I think you did a good job. And you're like, this person may believe it, but what about the other 100 people? Your mind will find ways to disable it. So if you want to get off of external validation, the first thing you need to do is recognize this pattern. What do you do that allows you to ignore the positive signals from life? The second thing to understand about this, and so let me finish about the therapist thing first. So what we're doing in therapy, by the way, is not trying to convince you that you're a good person. That's not our job. What we're trying to do is teach you a way of looking at yourself. We're trying to model behavior about self-confidence. So when I say something to someone in therapy, my goal is for them to be able to say it to themselves in the future. The goal of therapy is for you to leave. See, a lot of people think that, oh, people want to create, therapists want their patients to be there forever because you're milking them for money. I don't really think that's the case. I certainly don't. Most of my colleagues, I wouldn't say do that. There's a shortage of patients. I don't need you to stick around. It's like 6 months wait lists. More patients than the therapists on the planet can ever see. So the goal is to get you to leave. And how do we get you to leave? We train you to think about yourself in a healthier way. Now, then the question becomes, why aren't you thinking about yourself in a healthier way? Because you were taught not to. See, when you were growing up and you were developing your sense of self, someone or something around you taught you that you were a piece of crap, that you don't deserve praise, that you're ugly. They made the core of you to lack confidence. And this is important to understand. This is not the default state. So if you just observe a child who's 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, child has no shame. Child doesn't care about wearing clothes. They don't care if their junk is out there. They don't care if they've got food on their shirt. They don't care if their haircut is good or bad. Children are content at baseline. They have confidence at baseline. That's why they're so stupid. Right? Kids will like, oh, like, I saw this video of like this kid jumping into a sewage hole. Right? And like, why do kids do stupid things? Because they're confident in themselves. They don't realize that they're impervious, that they have, so kids will walk up to strangers, they'll talk to strangers, they'll do all this kind of stuff. There's some amount of stranger anxiety and stuff which is built in. But confidence is the default state. Shame is taught. Right? So when I was growing up, it was literally called, I don't know if you guys are like brown or if this is in other cultures or if this is just my family, shame. Oh, your Vivi is hanging out? That is shame. Shame. Shame means you should be ashamed of yourself. This is shame. We teach shame. We have to teach it. And depending on your upbringing, you were taught a lot of shame. Your confidence was shattered. And then once your confidence becomes shattered, then you require other people to feed it. Right now, your water pipes are broken, so you need to get water from someone else. Carry buckets of water. And oftentimes when we're growing up, if you really pay attention, this is really sad, but like people do that on purpose. Like subconsciously maybe, but like it's intentional, right? Subconsciously intentional. Because when they can make you feel bad about yourself, they have power over you. And that feels good to them in some way because they feel powerless in their own lives. So the more powerless I feel, the more I need to exert power on the people around me to make myself feel powerful. This is why we have petty tyrants in the bureaucracy. These are people who feel like cogs in a machine. They don't have the ability to exercise whatever they want to in their life. They want to create some kind of policy change. It takes 18 months. These people feel powerless in their life. So what do? They lord it over the poor saps who end up in line in front of them. Always respect petty bureaucrats. Always. Give them as much deference and respect as you can. Because even though they're tiny little cogs in a big machine, they can destroy your life. Be polite to receptionists. Be polite to people who you talk to after you've been on hold for 15 minutes. It's not their fault. Customer service people. Teachers. They're not beneath you. These people deserve respect. Give them respect or they will punish you for it. So oftentimes we grow up with a petty tyrant who destroys our confidence. And when they destroy our confidence, then we are dependent on other people. So what we need to do is regain that internal confidence. Really look at the hard parts of yourself. Look at the things that you lack confidence on and do something about them. And by do something about them, let's say that I'll walk y'all through it, okay? So there's take an action, and then this is the really important part. It's not just about the action, because a lot of people will take the action, but they don't do the second step, which is more important. Then what you need to do is watch for and counteract the cognitive habit that comes afterward, the vasana. So I'll give you all an example. Let's say I don't feel good about my body. So then I go to the gym, because everyone's like, oh, go to the gym. Okay, I'll go. Going to the gym is only 25% of the battle. It's not even half. Then it's what happens when you go to the gym, what your mind does when you go to the gym, and what your mind does after you go to the gym. It starts making comparisons. Oh, you're so out of shape. Oh, you're so pathetic. And then you leave and you're like, I'm never coming back. That's where the real damage is. So I see this a lot, for example, like with people who are hopeless, right? Sometimes people will come to my office and they'll be hopeless. Like, I've tried everything. I went to this doctor. I did this. I worked with a dating coach. I got plastic surgery. I did everything. Nothing works. See, we can change as much as we want to in the outside world, but if we don't change the inner response, no amount of external change will be sufficient. And I know this sounds like, oh, like, change yourself on the inside. No, let's just be fucking practical for a second, okay? If you have someone who is unhappy in life, no amount of gifts will make them happy. And I bet you money that y'all know this because you've tried it. You've done kindness after kindness after kindness for this person. They're still not happy. They say, oh, I don't like this. I don't get the good food. You give them the good food. Oh, I don't have friends. You invite them somewhere. You try to help them over and over and over again, and nothing seems to work. Let's think about it scientifically. How is this? That's because only half of it is the action. The other half is the internal response, the cognitive response. The yogis discovered this thousands of years ago when they discovered a vasana, a mental habit, a mental reaction that discounts external action. Thousands of years later, Aaron Beck rediscovered it. Right? He said, hold on a second, there's a cognitive bias at play. So for anything that you lack confidence about, take the action. But what the internet fails to tell you is that the action is just half the battle. It is the mental response that you have, and watch yourself and think about this for a second, right? So I went to the gym today and I walk out and how do I feel about myself? Pathetic. This was a mistake. There's the problem. When progress becomes a mistake, you will stay stuck for the rest of your life. Going to the gym is a mistake if you feel unhappy about your body? What the fuck illogic is that? This is why we stay stuck. It is not because of the lack of action. It is because not understanding what our mind does. And so by all means, go see a therapist. By all means, check out what we do on the membership side where we explain these more advanced yogic concepts like Vasana. By all means, just pay attention to yourself. By all means, you look at this on your own. You don't need anyone's help. Help helps. Look and ask yourself one question. What is the progress that I make that my mind thinks is a mistake? That wasn't intended to rhyme, but it came out nicely. And this one thing will transform so much of your life. Like, it's crazy, man, how hard we sandbag ourselves. And this, by the way, is why I have faith. This is why I show up here. Right? I look at this picture. And I know we've been talking about this for a while. I just want to chill for the rest of my life. I look at this and people are like, oh my God, my life is so hopeless. My life is so hopeless. I get that it is. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. But you're also driving with a flat tire. You'd be amazed. I mean, the reason I believe this stuff is not because I'm Dr. K. I believe this stuff because I've seen it. I believe this stuff because I was a fucking loser who didn't know how the hell to live life. And I learned a couple of these things and it's been night and day. But then I thought to myself, being trained in epidemiology, like maybe it's a sample size of one. You can't rely on this stuff, right? Maybe I got lucky, and I certainly did. Then I started teaching it to other people and it's like, wow, this is pretty cool. It works consistently. And then I realized one day, I was like, am I really onto something crazy? No. This isn't that transformative. All we're doing is teaching someone how to use the controller. If you're playing a game and you don't know what the buttons do, you don't know how what the damage calculation is, you don't know the effect of armor reduction, you don't understand things like effective HP, you don't understand, like, you've got some fucking Elon Musk Elden Ring build, and you're going through life, no hate on Elon Musk, I think his Elden Ring build is great. You guys know what I'm talking about. But, like, no wonder you're struggling. And then if you start to learn, like, how this stuff works, if you start to realize, holy crap, my mind is turning progress into a mistake, no wonder life is hard. Like, some of the people that I work with are trying to drive a car that's stuck in neutral gear, and they're slamming on the gas pedal, and they're like, hey, everyone says that the gas pedal moves things forward, but it doesn't seem to work for me. And it's like, yeah, you're right. But that's because we're missing something. So understand yourself. Understand how the controller works. Understand the game of life. Understand the mechanics. And then your life will change. Great questions. Shall we move on?
That was a good one.
Man, so many good questions. How do I know what I will like when I find it? You pay attention to yourself, right? And this is it's like so crazy that, like, this is a question, but you pay attention to yourself. So this is people will wonder, okay, how do I know what I like? And so this sounds kind of weird, but, I learned this lesson from patients that I work with who are homosexual. So I was once working with a patient, and, he was an older gentleman. He was from the South. He was happy to work with me because I, too, was from the South. He wasn't interested in any of this New England woke stuff, right? Dude has been gay his whole life, 60 years. Just doesn't realize it. Or he realizes it, he just doesn't like it. Right? And so when you talk to people like this, and it's kind of like, you know, I'll ask a set of questions, and it's, you know, when you watch pornography, what kind of pornography do you watch? When you fantasize about sexual relationships, what goes through your head? Right? And like we know what we like. Our body and our brain tell us. Right? So this person had come because he had some degree of erectile dysfunction. Turns out that his erectile dysfunction is because he's just trying to have sex with people he's not attracted to. Right? They don't have the right parts. And so if you really like pay attention to yourself, your body and your brain and your internal experience will tell you. The challenge is that we judge ourselves. This is why it's hard. It sounds so simple. But the problem is, once again, a vasana, a cognitive reaction. So if you don't know what you like in life, if you don't know what you want in life, there are two things to do. The first is cut back on your technology use, ideally for an extended period of time. So spend 2 or 3 days off the grid if you can. Go for a weekend camping somewhere. Because those neurological signals of suppression of internal experiences will be like it'll be hard. You're playing the game with a handicap. The second thing that you need to do is look at self-judgment. The thing that is the most confusing about understanding yourself is self-judgment, because you have an impulse and you judge it and you swat it down. And since you are actively suppressing it through self-judgment, you'll never discover that you like it. You'll never discover that it matters to you. So I was working with someone else who was once dating someone who was less attractive than they were. Less attractive in a lot of dimensions. So a woman who was dating a man who was not as physically attractive made 15% as much money as the female partner. The lady was my patient. She's like, I don't know what I'm doing with this guy. He's a loser. He's this, he's this. She comes in and she complains about him every week. Like, why don't you break up with him? I don't know. Right? The more that we get to it, the more that we realize that she actually likes him. That's why she stays with him. Some primal part of her, some deeper part of her is like, I like this person. He makes me happy. And I've dated lots of people who are more successful who don't make me happy. He prioritizes me. He cares about me. He makes me laugh. What's the problem? The problem is the self-judgment. The problem is I should be with this kind of person. The problem is the societal conditioning. So if you want to understand what you like, there's a really, really, really good thing that you can do, which is pay attention to your self-judgment. And it doesn't necessarily mean that whatever you judge is something that you like, but that's a point of exploration. And what you will find is some of the things that you love the most are things that you judge yourself harshly for. So I'll give you all a good example. Some people love to dance, but they suck at it. And so they are afraid of dancing. They're like, I have no rhythm. I never grew up learning how to dance. Or I love to sing, but I feel embarrassed. Right? You know you love to sing. You know you want to dance. You know that you want nothing more than to be graceful on the dance floor. You know nothing more than you want to be able to sing freely. But what keeps it? Your self-judgment. You're bad at this. And one of the most tragic things about not understanding what we love is we do not allow ourselves to love what we are bad at. It's a tragedy that society does not allow us to be bad at things. And so we go on discounting what's happening within us over and over and over again. Whatever you judge about yourself, that should be explored. Okay? Now, I really need to get my act together. Because this is just one post, and we have got like 30 minutes left. But how are y'all? Let's do more posts, right, chat? Let me see if I can do this.
Okay, let's take a little break. Great insight into his own experience, and everything just makes sense, right? Everything he mentions, everything he says. Really good stuff. Ouch. Pain. What should we do, guys? Should we play a game? And maybe watch the rest of this next time? We're definitely gonna play tomorrow. Definitely. I mean, that's what I wanna try and do at least. Use the weekend. To play game. Man, what I would give to fucking fix my neck now. Oh, if I didn't have this shit. It's a chronic pain. The pain I'm experiencing right now. It doesn't matter if I'm standing still or whatever. It is constant pain, 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 pain. It's chronic. I'm gonna be cooking, and we're gonna make cooking videos. I'm buying an apron. It's gonna be fun. Gonna have 2 cameras in my kitchen, and I'm gonna do like the easiest recipes. How should we do this with TikTok? If I game now? I don't know to do the layout. We have to do it on the fly. I'm tired as fuck. I ate a lot. I wonder if I should eat more. Maybe not. My appetite today after workout was excellent. That was so good. Maybe not, huh? Just get back into eating slowly. Probably. Maybe a little snack. A little snack for the kick. We can play like for an hour or so. Is that cool? Does that make sense? Oh, damn. The workout that I uploaded today already on 18 views. Wow. Was a good workout. Monday we're gonna have a very good workout, a long one. Gonna try and hit tries and buys. So it's gonna be push and pull day. We're gonna try and superset everything probably, cause I'm gonna have the laser on Tuesday, and then I can't move for the whole week. Can't get sweat. Can't move my face. So basically, we are on pause next week. Forced to pause. It's cool. Maybe I can do some more work or something. Man, I've gotten so fat in my face. This is insane. I don't know. Right now, I just have this pain in my neck, and I think I'm capped regarding how much more information I can consume. Even though I love this guy, I just can't anymore today, I believe. Jesus. Hey. Ouch. What if it stays like this forever now? My bench went up big time because the pain is out of the shoulders now. Shit. Hmm. Oh. Ah. Everything I do hurts. When I yawn, it hurts. Uh. But I'm like so out of any media. Like I wouldn't even know if I want to watch anything in private now or something. Oh, dude, the solo leveling anime is continuing, by the way, season 2. It's so good. It's so good, dude. And we have a new episode of American Dad. Let's go. And Harley Quinn. Let's go. Guys, if you haven't seen Harley Quinn yet, it's the best show, I swear. Harley and Poison Ivy are a lesbian couple. And they kick so much ass. And they have sex and everything. It's so good. Almost want to just end it here and kind of, I don't know, take another painkiller and lay down. Is that the right play? I don't know. It's the Monka. If I set up the stream for gaming now, that makes sense. Okay, let's do it. We're gonna make it nice and cozy. Turn off all the lights. I need a bigger chair. Because I'm too big. I need like a chair in which I can lie in, you know? Okay, let me try and dim the other screens. So we're gonna have TikTok. We need to figure out how to do the TikTok setup quick. Where do I put this? How am I gonna how am I gonna do this? Where do we put the game now? Just see if the sound is okay. How do you stream a game in vertical? I'm new to this. I'm new to TikTok. Okay, this almost can work, huh? Look, we got the right angle and stuff. Alright, wow, look at the graphics. It's so cool. Okay, I think we got everything optimized, right, from last time. Great, great, great. Just see if everything is working as intended. Don't think we are lagging. That's great. Okay. So in 2 months, part 2 is coming out. Hopefully we got it complete by then. Yeah, let me just get back into the game and the controls. Last time we played was like a week ago. Basically last weekend, right? And so we spawn where? Here? Did we come out of something? I think Tess got bit. That's what happened. She didn't tell us though. I see a ladder. Did we jump off the ladder? Can't remember. Is there a way to jump? Right, this was duck. Alright, so game sound is good. Alright. Oh yeah, I was gonna check out auto aim. Let's see how it treats us today. Test your bit, right? Show me. Oh shit.
Look at this.
There's a Firefly logo on his arm.
Patrol the rendezvous
What if we get
area.
there
Ensure
and
no
they're okay?
military presence
They
before
won't
moving
be,
the
but
girl.
how do you know?
I just do.
Make sure the grill is well fed.
Okay.
Has to be.
And we can sprint how? Like this? And this was listening, okay. Right, so I was missing a quest log last time, and now. What are we supposed to do? By the way, I didn't try if I can hit Tess or the grill yet. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna eventually smack them. Because I always misclick. Is this it? Wait, where do we wanna go? Ellie was her name, right? Alien test looking over here. Is that correct? Oh, this is horrible just here. There we go. Oh, now what? This must be wrong then. L3? What was L3? Oh, look at this.
Up and over. There we go. Home stretch, Tess.
Just
So
so
it
it's
looks
out
great.
there, I can't swim.
Look, it looks like it's shallow on the right side. Follow me.
I'm glad Marlene hired you guys.
What do you mean?
I know you guys are being paid for this, but I'm trying to save face.
Yeah, sure thing.
We haven't been through that much yet. Oh, this is the station. Yeah, Tess is gonna die in here. I know it. I'm sorry for spoiling, guys, but that's just what I'm thinking. I don't know it. I'm just thinking. Dude, I wanna keep checking this stuff out. This looks amazing.
No. No, no, no.
What happens now?
What are you doing, Tess?
Maybe they had a map or something to tell us where they were going.
How far are we gonna take
As
this?
far as it needs to go. Where was this lab of theirs?
Oh, she never said. She only mentioned that it was someplace out west.
What are we doing here? This is not us.
What do you know about us? About me?
I know that you are smarter than this.
Really? Guess what? We're shitty people, Joel. It's been that way for a long time.
No, we are survivors.
This is our chance.
It is over, Tess! Now, we tried. Let's just go home.
I'm not going anywhere. This is my last stop.
She reveals it now.
What?
Our luck had to run out sooner or later.
You going?
No, don't touch me.
Holy shit. She's infected.
Joel,
Let me see.
I didn't mean for this.
Show it to me. Oh, Christ.
Oops, right? Give me your arm. This was 3 weeks. I was bitten an hour ago, and it's already worse. This is fucking real, Joel. You've got to get this girl to Tommy's. He used to run with this crew. He'll know where to go.
No. That was your crusade. I am not doing that.
Yes, you are. Look. There's enough here that you have to feel some sort of obligation to me, so you get her to Tommy's. They're here.
Damn it.
I can buy you some time, but you have to run.
You want us to just leave you here?
Yes.
There is no way that...
I will not turn into one of those things. Come on. Make this easy for me.
I can find...
No, just go! Just fucking go.
This is a fucking giga shot.
Ellie,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this.
get a move on.
Why didn't he say goodbye?
What the fuck? I can't believe we did that.
Stop.
We just left her to die.
Stop. You stay close to me. We have to move.
Oh, man.
We'll go upstairs. We'll get up from there. Just keep pushing forward.
Target neutralized. She took out 2 of my men. Copy that. You, take out the door. You, with me.
Yes, sir.
Man, she did. So we are supposed to crouch here. me see if I can see them through the wall. Oh yeah, whoa, 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 what the fuck?
You stick with me.
Can we outrun them? Ellie's right behind us, right? Yeah, they didn't get her. Okay. Oh shit, we got a rifle. Great, great, great. By the way, yeah, we put the game on easy.
What do we do? Joel.
That's why we didn't die yet.
This.
Are we supposed to kill them here? Okay, I think so. Can we sneak? Gonna go from the other side. To figure out the combat system. Okay, left side. I think I should have not done that. How did I swap weapon? Let me figure this out quick.
Oh, fuck.
So I don't have manual aim right now. Shit, 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 shit. Whoa, what is happening? We have to figure this out. Nice! Okay, but like, how do I reload? Oh, there it is. Come here, bitch. Oh my god, reload. How did I not get him? I wanna swap the gun real quick. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
Don't come on.
Okay, we need ammo, and I have another gun, but how can I swap to it? Oh, there it is. Wait, where was it? Oh, here, okay.
Come on.
I'm going in.
Look, man, we can work something out, okay?
Fuck you!
All right, come on, Ellie.
Right behind you.
Okay, so we got them all. So you can either sneak or you can kill them all, huh? I guess you can probably run away as well. And we reload like
Stay with
this.
me, come on.
What are these legs? Got too many HD windows in the background. Let me just close a few. Okay, great. So let's see. I swapped the weapon like this. Nope. What was it? Okay, but that's not how you swap the weapon, is it? No, no, no. That's not it. Wait. How does it work? Do I have to duck to swap the weapon? That is the question right now. I liked how Ellie threw the brick. That was pretty pog.
What are we doing? Joel, how are we gonna get out of here?
All right, we're gonna go through that hall. Stay down, I don't know how many more there are.
Oh shit. That's a bunch. Let's see. I'm gonna try and use the skills. Ah, yeah. Okay. And we can sneak attack him, right? Shit! How do I heal? Medipack? Okay. Tutorials? Health kit. RT. Oh, okay. Shit, he's got a helmet. He's gonna be hard to kill, I guess. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Okay, okay, here we go. And now... Yes. Oof. Okay. How do I auto-aim? Right, this worked out. I was close, dude, almost dead. We need the ammunition here. Okay, I'm gonna need a few sessions to get this. This. That should be a headshot. There's one more guy here.
Man down.
I think I got him.
Shit.
Shit. I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. Oh, that should be all of them. Right. Did we get it? So this is the entrance. Do we want to go here?
Stay low.
Stairs. Does not seem to be the path. What I actually want to do is so we can craft one. Okay, no, feed one more here. That's good. And downstairs. So I know how to flash. That's good.
Following us.
Damn it.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Wow, look at the graphics, dude. So this is 2022. Oh my god, Eddie. You scared me.
Copy that.
How the hell are you breathing in this stuff?
I wasn't lying to you.
You spot him? No, the place is empty. I didn't see anything.
We killed so many people in this game, by the way.
Find them and get the hell out of here before any clickers show up.
Like a lot. Where's boss?
Fuck. They're not here.
Goes Ellie. They don't see her. Maybe we can find something in here. Can't see shit like this. I think they're behind us.
I can't swim.
We'll figure something out.
So she can't swim, so what does she do? Hold B to dive underwater. I don't like underwater. So how do I get back up? Okay, with A. No, I was gonna read this. Wait! How did she swim?
Hey, look, it still works.
There's a ladder. Maybe we can use that.
There's fast swimming. Oh, okay. That's not it. Let's see what else is here first. Then there was a path over here. Oh, whoa, what the fuck, what the fuck? Bro, this is stressing. Am I losing oxygen? I just noticed, dude. So how does it work? What? Let's try this again.
It works. You're not gonna leave me here, right?
Ah, there's our oxygen. Okay, I see. Taking a bunch of stuff here, nice. And now I'm drowning. Exit where? Oh god. Let's see. So we're learning, guys. We're learning. I want to see if it reset or if we got the items. Okay, it looks like we got it all. Oh, it actually resets. Okay, and then this way out. Yeah. Surface, please. Bro. We need these screws, because last time I tried to upgrade our weapon, we were like one short.
You're not gonna leave me here, right?
So I go in. Okay, just straight out. Like this.
Just stay put.
Not going anywhere.
And then there was something up here. Oh, okay, great. What is this? Firefly. Almost looks like the Hyrule from Zelda. Ooh. Meds.
Anything down there?
It's a dead end.
Excuse me. Okay, oh, Ellie, hold on. So there is a ladder, and then there is this thing. Oh, that's how she got here. She didn't swim. She ran. Can I go over this? Alright. And there was nothing down here, right? How do I fast turn? Okay, never mind. Maybe Ellie does the ladder. So we bring this to her, and then we float her over. Okay.
Get on.
Yep.
Really?
Ellie.
Okay.
Why would you jump like this? Come on now.
Be careful.
I got you.
Okay. What is this?
Let's get out of here.
What is all of this, dude? Monkeys.
Hey, look, about Tess. I don't even know what
Here's how this thing's gonna play out. You don't bring up Tess. Ever. Matter of fact, we just keep our histories to ourselves.
Why didn't we say a proper
Secondly,
goodbye to Tess?
Don't tell anybody about your condition. They think you're crazy, they'll try to kill you.
That's so sad.
And lastly, you do what I say when I say it. We clear?
Sure.
Repeat it.
What you say goes.
Good. Now there's a town a few miles north of here. There's a fella there that owes me some favors. Good chance he could get us a car.
Okay.
Let's get a move on. Now there we go. Yeah, it'll be faster to go through here.
Man.
Wow.
Nothing, it's just... I've never seen anything like this, that's all.
You mean
It's
the
so
woods?
pretty.
Yeah. Never walked through the woods. It's kind of cool. Why don't you just take me back to Marlene?
If she was up to the task, why'd she drop you off on us?
Well, maybe she's better now.
Kid, I don't mean to upset you, but your friend's
Right,
chances of
press
survival
something
weren't too
something
high.
to open the upgrade menu.
She's
What
a
is the
lot tougher
upgrade
than you
menu?
think.
It don't matter. Because I doubt I can get either one of us back into the city in one piece.
I want to know what the upgrade menu is.
I wish there was some other option.
I don't get it. The button doesn't make sense. It says press such and such, like a symbol, but I don't recognize. This all looks so pretty.
Hey, buddy.
Ooh. Yo, look at the graphics, and we're streaming to 4 outputs and no lags. That's so nice.
Whoa, look. Fireflies. I mean, real fireflies.
Yeah, I see that.
Sorry. I lost myself for a sec.
You're fine.
Get up here and I'll get a look. Yeah.
Swap. Oh, okay. So it's a one-shot, but tutorial unlocked. Press something something to view. What is that button? Okay, how do I jump? Do I jump?
What about this?
What about it? What is it?
Shit. Yeah, not around here either.
So we want to pass, yeah? No, I don't think we have to climb there. It has to do something with the other building. Let's try to jump again or something. Let me see. So we use that wood and put it over here. There it is. To where though? Oh, like this and then go back up and take it. Okay.
There we go. You, Bill?
Where do you
Bill.
Huh? Different places.
I think I remember Bill.
I know this is where he lives, but no, I ain't never been.
He does like
here.
explosives and stuff.
And that smoke, you think that's him?
Sure as hell better be.
Well, let's go check it out then.
All right, come on. Down here. Just watch your step. It's a good drop.
So Bill does like traps and explosive, if I remember. What's the sound? I think I hear infected.
Stay back.
Yeah. Downstairs? I wanna see. In the shed? Do we shoot? Or will it trigger? I think I wanna shoot. I don't wanna fall off the thing though. Monka! Whoa! What the fuck, dude? So we didn't hear the other one at all. That's why we couldn't see it. Okay. Okay. Alright, so my OBS crashed. I should be back though. we're completely out of ammo. Probably jump this, no? I check the rest of the house. Ooh, what's this? Full. Okay. Reminder: collect more pills. See if I can scrounge up some extra ammo. I only have 3 weeks until the next drop off with Tess. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, sick. Okay, wait. We have to reload? What was it? So we don't have ammunition for this. Full. Wait. Oh, here it is, bro. Go. Okay. Okay, more of those. Yeah, let's check out this shed actually. Great. And then there was the top. Not really. Did I miss something here? Or did I fast turn? Right, this is it, okay. Oof. Oh, my neck is really killing me now. Okay, so yeah, looks like we haven't been here. Okay. We'll check out this first. Need full shiv. What?
Oh, shit. It's jammed from the other side.
Here, boost me up.
Okay.
No, that's not such a good idea.
Well, I can't boost you up. How else are we gonna open it?
Can we? Let's go, let's do it. How do we boost her?
Alright. Give me your foot.
Something's gonna happen here.
Just open it. Nothing else.
Sure thing.
Careful.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Ta-da!
Good job.
Thank you.
Let's have a little look. So Bill over there at the smoke
So
signal.
let's say we get a car from this buddy of yours. Then what?
Well,
We're looking for
then we
ammo.
go find Tommy.
Marlene said he's your brother?
And more importantly, he was a firefly. He know where to take you.
Okay.
He lives far from here, which is why we need the car.
Just gonna make sure there's nothing here that can hurt us.
Hey, look! Gnomes.
Yeah, those are gnomes.
Man, I had an art book filled with these.
I'm a
I always thought they were
gnome.
super cute.
You got gnomed.
Not fairies, though. They creep me out.
All right, then.
It gives me vertigo. Diner.
Oh, look at that.
Okay. There's more over here. You cannot just have to explore. Yep. Okay, just a sec. Oh my god. Whoa!
Whoa, Nelly. What the hell was that?
That was Bill.
That would be one of Bill's traps.
Mm-hmm.
Your friend a bit paranoid, maybe?
That's putting it lightly.
What's the deal with this guy?
Well, he helped us smuggle stuff into the cities. He knows how to find things.
Well, let's hope we don't blow up trying to find him.
Just watch your step, you'll be fine.
Oh, there it is. Another trap. Do I shoot this now or what? I guess just duck.
Jeez, feel good with a bow?
I reckon he is.
There'll be some nether action here.
Come here. We can use this to get over.
Well, where? Damn.
Yeah.
Let me use that. I'm a pretty good shot with that thing.
How about we just leave this kind of stuff to me?
Well, we could both be armed. Cover each other.
I don't think so.
Another tutorial unlocked. Okay, where to with this plank?
Here, we can actually use this.
It was weird, but I'll allow it. Oh, he's bugged now. Look at this. Where am I gonna put this one now? That doesn't make sense. Does it? Wait. There was a ladder? Hold on, hold on, hold on.
It's all clear. Come on up.
All right.
Gotta check for traps. And we need another plank. The lens flare looks cool.
Shit.
But now we can kill them silently.
Now listen.
And
Bill ain't
you
exactly
can sometimes
the most
recover.
stable of individuals. So when we get there, you let me do the talking. You understand?
I understand.
Sometimes you could recover an arrow
You gotta
of
be
a
clear on this.
headshot.
You don't take too kindly to strangers.
All right.
He's a good guy. You just definitely need some time warming up to you. So. See that
Whoop.
wire? Stay underneath it, okay? Just keep your head low and you'll be fine.
All right. You hear that?
Yeah.
So I see a wire here. She said, "Do you hear that?" and looked in this way. Ah, yeah. Okay. Was there something over here now? What is this? What is this sound? Something knocking. So what about this trap? We came from here. Okay. Yeah, something's... Ah, yeah. Okay.
Shit, you're gonna go in there?
I want to see what we can find.
You're gonna find my body when I die from a heart attack.
Don't worry.
Wait, why did the door open now and there was nothing behind? No, guys, I'm so scared. Actually gonna go for another weapon here. So was that just the wind? Everything looks so good. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Jeez, that thing scared the shit out of me.
Well, while we're here, let's start.
I got so scared. Okay, bro. Okay. Soldiers are going door to door, forcing people onto buses. Blah 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 blah. I'll see you soon, Ezra.
You think they ever found each other?
How the hell would I know?
I'd like to think they did.
Wow, man. Imagine so much tragedy during the outbreak and then trying to find your friends and family. So this is closed.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Let's see, is he gonna comment now? What do we do here? Can't help, go away. So from the balcony, maybe? Onto this. What's your name? Exnerima. What's up? Yo, my neck is so busted now. Fuck. Oh boy. We couldn't get onto the balcony though. What did you do to your neck? I am having a degenerative neck disease. So I have the neck of a 60-year-old. It's fun. What do we do here? Ouch. Okay, it doesn't look like we can get on top of the thing. Yeah, it's fine. It just kills me slowly. Not as cool as smoking, but beggars can't be choosers. No, what is it? Okay, I think there's nothing in here. Hint. Okay, so that was the next thing I was gonna try. Throw something at this. At bombs. Wait, we do have a bomb here. So will it like open up the door or something? Is that it? Let's see, how do we do this? Throw a brick at the bombs to destroy them. Brick. Ellie, can you get away from there? She's gonna... Yep. You idiot, I knew it. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh god, she's shaking now. Okay, she's fine. Dude, I knew it. So, nothing happened here. The bomb is on the other side then. Okay. Yeah, it's my first time playing the game. Oops. Can I throw a bottle maybe? So we started... Oh! I was too close. Shit. So, did we have a reset here? I think we picked up everything in the house, right? I have to check because we're still figuring out the game. So is the infected in here gone? I'm ready this time. He scared the shit out of me, this guy. Okay, he's gone. And then the items. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. I was thinking. Yeah, whatever. I was standing way too close for sure. But a cool thing is that the bottle is working, so that's cool.
Shit, look at this. All right, stand back.
All right.
I can't see. It was not so good.
Oh, shit. Those things are kind of awesome.
That's one way to do it.
Okay.
Jesus. All right, watch your step. See that? Get back.
I'm bad on controller. aiming. So now we need a bottle. As Molotov. Can we jump? Maybe we can shoot. The other thing, I need a brick or a bottle. Maybe we can shoot. I wanna see. Oh, great.
Just stay close.
All right.
Come on.
Yo.
Damn it, Bill.
What just happened?
Another one of Bill's stupid traps. There, that fridge, it looks like that's a counterweight.
Okay.
Cut that rope, and it'll bring me down.
On it! Joel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was trying to figure out the auto aim,
Just hit the rope.
but we didn't get to it.
Ellie, how's it looking?
I'm trying as best I can.
No, 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 no!
I need a bit more time.
Reload! I think currently also I have the setting on auto aim, but I don't like it.
Take time, Ellie.
Hold on.
Because it like auto aims on the button and then can't do the headshot. Or like I wanna aim somewhere else and it auto aims to the enemy.
Yeah.
Come on, you can do it. Damn it.
Come on. It's not cutting.
Just hurry.
I don't see the ammo. Can I reload?
Hey, over here.
This is so cool.
Ellie, they're getting close.
No, we're shooting Ellie. No, 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 no. Bro, what is happening here? Oh my god, this thing has a lot of HP. Holy fuck. Yeah, this part is so intense. I like it. Yo!
Get off your ass on your feet.
Oh my god. Great stuff. Shit, 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 shit.
Run, Ellie.
Did they leave me?
Guys, behind us.
Bill, come on.
Monka is. Close the door, dude. Oh my god, my nerves.
Bill, they're coming to the door.
Fucking knew it. Take them out. That's our only way through.
Ellie, stay back. Stay back.
gotta figure this out. Come on, dude.
All right, come on, we're almost there. Follow me. God damn it, they're coming over. Come on.
Do we really have to shoot him? Just run, just run. Come on, come on, come on.
All right, it's open. Come on. Come on.
All right.
Man, that was close.
I think this is Bill.
Thanks for the heroics and all. Ellie. Hey, what are you... Joel?
Bill!
What are you doing?
Bill!
Let me go.
Turn around and get on your knees.
Just calm down a second.
Turn around.
All right.
And get on your knees. Don't test me. Just
Take it easy.
any bites. Oh. Anything sprouting?
Oh, God damn it, I'm clean!
If I see so much as a trick. Ow! Stop! Son of a...
Let's go, Ellie.
You done?
Am
Good
I
shit.
done? You come into my house. You set off all my traps.
Oh, hold on. After reloading, yeah, reloading is rough. I watched the season 1. I guess you're talking about season 2 now, right? It was amazing, dude. The series, the real life series, was so good, especially the second episode with the 2 gay guys. I was crying. It was so good. And I mean, I know how it ends. I know season 2 is gonna kill me. But yeah, I'm waiting for season 2 for sure. It's really, really good. I'm not gonna skip cinematic.
You damn near break my shooting arm. Who the fuck is this punk and what's she doing here?
I am none of your goddamn business, and we're here because you owe Joel some favors. And you can start by taking these off.
I owe Joel some favors. Is some kind of joke?
I'll cut to the chase.
Ellie does the talking.
Well, it is a joke. Joel needs a car. Well, if I had one that works, which I sure as hell don't, what makes you think I'd just give it to you? Huh? Yeah, sure, Joel. Go ahead. Take my car. Take all my food, too, while you're at it.
By the looks of it, you could lose some of that food.
Listen to me, you little shit.
No, fuck you! You handcuffed
I
me.
need you to shut up. All right?
Whatever favors you think I owe you
I like
ain't
the-
worth that much.
Actually, Bill, they are.
Well, it don't matter, because I don't have a car that works.
But there is one in this town.
Parts. There are parts in this town.
Meaning that you could fix one up.
It was so wonderful. I know.
All right. If I'm gonna do this, there's some gear I'm gonna need.
All right.
It's on the other side of town. Now you help me go gather it, and maybe I can put something together that runs. But after this, I owe you nothing.
That's fine. A couple days from now, we'll probably be dead anyway.
Good. Follow me. Whole goddamn town's booby trapped. Best stay right on my ass.
Can't miss it.
Knock it off.
All right. Whatever supplies you may want or need, I suggest you grab them.
Great. So we can upgrade stuff here as well. Oh, amazing. That's gonna be a great save point.
Alrighty.
All right. Yo, Snarima. Amir, what's your name backwards? Amiren. Man, your name is crazy. But I can't brain anymore. The day was very long. It is past midnight here, and I think I'm turning in, dude. My neck is killing me. Gonna go for a little snack, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm so fat. We're gonna come back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna play all day, basically all weekend. And yeah, that should be it, I guess. Thanks for the follow. Next time I'm gonna check out the the settings and the quick aim and everything, and it's gonna be good. Yo, Emily, alrighty. Thanks for coming by. Oh boy. Today was one of the better days, and it ended quite nice. We made a new friend as well. Nice. I like it. We're gonna upload the video that we watched today on the Utubes. And yeah, it's gonna come back tomorrow, guys. Yeah, Emily, I'm going through a rough time right now. But yeah, just gotta keep on keeping on. See you tomorrow. Good night, guys. I see you all tomorrow. And if you're watching the YouTube stuff, I need your help. Sub, like, and comment on the YouTube stuff. Alright, GG, thank you. Bye.